Hello. Welcome all. Thank you all for being here. This is the Raintime. Apparently, this was released this year, actually. I have been waiting for an opportunity to play this. I enjoyed The Mask of the Plague Doctor, another visual novel, and I wanted to see if there might be any where I may be interested in another. So, I found this little thing for free on Steam. If you want to play, well, it's right on there. Now, I forget exactly what this was about, but I know that I like the premise so far, and it looks like it might be alright. Okay. Without any further ado... Well, actually, there might be some further ado. Text speed. Let's put that back. Lots of auto-forward time. I don't like auto-forward. Don't do that. I guess we can put that right there. Hello, Effet. Alright, without any further ado, let's get started. The Raintime is a visual novel-style video game. As you progress through the game, you will at times be prompted to make decisions. Please choose freely. There are no wrong choices. Can you hear me, Effort? Are you able to hear me? I'd be really sad if you couldn't. Okay. Cool. Cool. Instructions. Spaces move forward? Oh. Move forward, you say? Huh. Soka. The manuscript for this game was delivered to my doorstep in spring 2019 by William Hoffman, a distant friend of mine, who I attended college with. Oh. In order to protect their identities, the names of all persons mentioned have been changed. 3 days after his unannounced visit, William's lifeless body was discovered in his room. Oh. And now we enter the Raintime. Piles of books, clearly unread, are stacked up against the cheap plywood bed. The floor is littered with pencils, torn beer coasters, clothes, an empty cognac bottle. Cognac, I don't know. And a cell phone that vibrates with a sonorous hum. 28 times the small device rings, but it doesn't wake the sleeping student. He remains unconscious until late in the afternoon, when the humming has long since subsided. Ooh. Then I stir. But I mutter something beneath my breath and feel the floor beside the bed, without finding anything. And I remain motionless for a while longer, holding on to the lazy embrace of the warm bed sheets until I finally muster the strength to get up. Dizzying from the sudden effort, one arm resting on my desk, I cast a glance on my scratched-up phone screen. One missed call. 18:28. What is that? Like 6 o'clock? 6 p.m. A food binge at 4 in the morning has left me feeling bloated, but I should go to the store, if only because it closes at 7. I pick up my phone again. One missed call from Lars. I call him back. Wilhelm, for damn sure, Miss Girl. Oh. A voice shouts out in a ridiculous mock German. Lars, I say, you okay? Sure am. You coming tonight? We start at 9. I might be a little later. See you there. Wunderschön. Tschüss. End of conversation. First conversation of the day. Could be worse. On my way to the door, I cast a look in the mirror. From so close that my features appear all distorted. The sheets have left red markings on my right cheek. I strike myself into the face until they fade away. Part 1. Ideal. Let me see. Wow, that music really came out of nowhere. How about that? No, does that not help? Oh, it's sound volume for that. Okay. Let's do that. Hey Jack, how are you on Portal Experience? Shut up. I don't care what you have to say. There's an afterthought of rain in the air. I cross the street and dive into a residential area, swiftly navigating the concrete labyrinth of post-war housing developments that make up Rybury. And as I pass the house and the cars and the gardens of looming evergreens, I gradually become aware of a weak sense of disappointment lingering deep within my guts. It's a solitary feeling, a subtle sadness, And though it's the first time I paid any notice, I can't seem to trace its origin. No matter how far I think back. When I arrive at E-Mart, a security guard signals that the store is closing. Catching my breath, I watch silently as the last cars leave the adjacent parking lot. I take off my jacket. It's unnaturally warm for a December evening. In a corner of the room, two young guys are playing around on an electronic arcade machine. Ooh. The diner's here not much more than an outdated gas station. It's well adorned with faded advertisements for unidentifiable cuts of meat. I order a burger, and my attention drifts towards the boys at the machine, who are playing with stern determination, completely absorbed by their game. I take a step sideways so that I can glance over their shoulders. Suddenly, the guy on the left falters. Shit! I hear him swear under his breath. He steps away from the machine, slamming it in passing. You should have taken out the big dude, the other guy comments, shaking his head. He takes a coin from his pocket and resumes playing. They're silent, both of them, with poses betraying immense dedication, as if their very survival depends on the outcome of that single game. I receive my hamburger, and when I bite into the bun, the different sauces drip down onto my napkin, soaking it throughout. They always put too much. And as I'm sitting there, making a mess of myself, I can't suppress the growing suspicion that the owner must be looking at me. But I turn around to see that he's no longer standing behind his counter. Though the two guys are still there in the corner, just as transfixed by the machine as when I first came in. They're very normal. Uneducated country boys. These days, Ryberry is mostly a commuter town, though there's still a small agrarian community that works the surrounding farms. I smile. These kids usually start work right out of high school, as there's not much else for them to do. And when the work is done, they end up here, throwing away their hard-earned cash at stupid arcade games. A blob of sauce drips down my arm. Look at them. Would they have girlfriends by now? I let out an inaudible chuckle. Wow. What are you grinning at? A coarse voice calls out. Oh, coarse voice. Oh, I know how to do that. What are you grinning at? I jump. One of the guys has approached my table and is staring at me with an indecipherable expression on his face. Excuse me? I reply, as I put down the remains of my meal, before attempting, in vain, to wipe my hands with the soaking wet napkin. What's your problem? He continues. I saw you laughing. Do we amuse you? No, I reply quickly. I was laughing at something else. Why would I laugh at you guys? He's standing right in front of me, staring me down with narrowed eyes. His crew-cut and pale, acne-scarred face evoked a militaristic severity. Answer me. What were you laughing at? I'm dumbstruck by his persistence. He really isn't backing down. I start. He parrots me. Come on, boy, with your hamburger. He utters those last syllables in a menacing staccato. I was thinking about a friend of mine. I answer, somewhat dismissively. It was just a joke. Tell me the joke, he replies instantly. Oh, come on. It was an inside joke, I add. You wouldn't get it anyway. I wouldn't get it? He sneers. You think I wouldn't get it? I get more than you think. Now let's hear what pretty boys like you laugh about. My mind's racing to come up with something inoffensive to feed him, and he's just staring at me, patiently. Bullying strangers must be the only entertainment he has in his sad, pathetic life. Well, I start. If you really want to know, last week I was out with a friend in a bar. A tacky place, loud music, stupid people, sweaty DJ. Yes, and? He interrupts me. Well, we were bored, so I persuaded him to go over to the DJ and request something by Diepenbrock. Diepenbrock, you know him, 19th century composer. I paused for a moment, awaiting his reaction, but he appears to have quieted down at last. Well, the DJ had apparently never heard of Diepenbrock, probably thought it was one of those obscure Austrian EDM producers, so he starts browsing through his records looking for something by Diepenbrock. Can you imagine? Now, after a while... Corey! A loud voice interrupts me. Try to be mindful of our real customers. It's the owner, who has silently returned to his counter and is overlooking the scene with a grin on his face. Corey shrugs and strolls back to his friend. They continue the game. And I remain growing rapidly aware of the sickening scent of the cold hamburger right in front of me. The greasy mince and the coagulating acid sauces have begun interacting, producing an almost fecal odor that penetrates deep into my nostrils. Like a turd in the wind. This is nonsense. Abruptly, I pick up the burger and walk to the door, where I throw the disgusting half-eaten bun into the garbage can. I step outside and cast a last glance over my shoulder into the dark, grimy diner, just to see the owner laughing at me heartily. And I try with all my might to look as angry as possible. Where the pavement ends and only cars go further, a long wall of foliage has been erected to shield against the noise of the N723. North 723. Below it runs a narrow underpass, which leads to a traffic island on the motorway. Cars flash by. I've just missed the bus to Bremersburg, and it's no use waiting here, as they only come once every hour. I decide to walk to town. Ooh. Carefully, I make my way along the narrow strip of gravel that separates the 723 from the fields beyond. Pretty. The sun hasn't set, but there's a threatening field of cumulus clouds hanging in the sky, turning the motorway pitch black. Wow. This year it hasn't snowed yet, and it won't be snowing anytime soon. 4 years ago was the last time we had a real cold down here. Since then, the winters have been mild and rainy. A little further down the road, a traffic light turns to red. The line of cars gradually slow down. Beside me, a light blue sedan has come to a halt, its engine running. I can make out a woman behind the wheel, with dark brown hair and youthful features. She looks my way for a second. Her image, contrasted by the light outside, speaks a distant kindness, though it's as if she's staring right past me. I turn around, but see nothing there. The lights change to green, and she returns her attention to the road ahead. One by one, the cars are set in motion until she follows suit. And as she accelerates, she glances in my direction one last time. before merging into the bright red procession that marks the 723. Ooh. After walking for about half an hour, a flash lights up the sky. I cower, crawling up against the foliage, and as I try to calm myself, I feel the first raindrops coming down. I won't make it to the city before the storm breaks loose. This game is really neat so far. I leave the motorway, hurrying past dark fields where winter crops grow, until I reach Old Hopetown. I enter the tabernacle. Tabernacle. There's an older woman sitting at a table. Dark hair, blue jacket, reading a book. The barman's talking to a regular. I order a beer and pick a seat at one of the windows, at a safe distance from the other guests. The walls here are covered with aerial photographs of farms. Probably farms in the vicinity, as I recognize parts of the 723 on one or two of them. The barman brings me a beer, and while I take a first sip, I notice a pile of tabloid newspapers lying on the table. I open up the evening mirror. 1848. That's just great. A large text ad cries at me. A little further down the page, there's a feature piece about a litter of kittens who've barely escaped a gruesome death. I drink some more beer, reading the gutter journalism and listening in on the mind-numbing conversation at the bar. And as I'm sitting there, with those aerial photos on the wall and the newspapers in front of me, I'm suddenly overwhelmed by a powerful sensation. As if my field of perception, which is usually so limited in range, has suddenly expanded greatly. I see people, distant cities and remote village inns. I can feel their breath, picture their faces, hear them mutter softly to themselves. And my mind drifts towards the boys in the diner, who are still growing strong on their arcade machine. But as I picture them, my initial anger towards the two slowly gives way to a kind of admiration. It shows discipline, in a sense, to play the same game, night after night, in that murky little restaurant of theirs. They must be experts by now. And those are my fellow countrymen, my peers, standing there. In the meantime, the curly-haired woman has put away her book and is now staring silently out the window. She's stroking her left forearm with a hand tenderly, as though it were wounded. Then a vibration against my outer thigh. I pick up the phone. William? Where are you? I can barely make out Lars's voice, shouting over a barrage of background noise. I am sheltering from the rain, I reply. In Hopetown. I told you I'd be late. Speak up, I can't hear you. We're moving on to the Proteus in a minute. What time will you be here? I don't know, I reply as loud as I can. Depends on when it dries up. I'll call you when I'm in town. It's dry now, old cobbler. We'll be seeing you in a second. Much now. Much now. Lars hangs up. And as I put away my phone, I notice that the little inn is suddenly wrapped in complete silence. The barman and the guests, who've apparently followed my conversation closely, are all looking in my direction. Wow. I smile at them awkwardly, and move to pick up the newspaper. But I hesitate. Matters like these are precarious. I'm an outsider, after all. making a loud phone call in here. I down my beer and step outside. It has indeed stopped raining. Yay! I can now move. Hooray! Oh, fuck, that's bright. When the reclamation of the artificial island had finally been completed, the government decided that a sprawling modern city was to arise upon its soil. To avoid repeating the failures of the major urban planning initiatives of the time, which had rapidly degenerated into characterless atrocities without social or aesthetic value. They appointed 12 city architects to each design a distinct part of town. That way, each subdivision, the harbor, the university quarter, the city center, and the numerous residential areas surrounding them, was developed and completed in strict isolation from each other. Bremersburg became a testing ground for modernist architecture. In a frantic attempt to override all existing conventions, the architects designed fantastic buildings in every geometric form possible. A metropolis emerged that was like no other, with towers, balconies, false facades, and columns, scattered as far as the eye could see. Although, for a pedestrian, the chaotic whole is still somewhat navigable, cars get lost in the labyrinthine network of streets, in which only the broad inner ring provides any sense of direction. It's especially in summer when Bremersburg is at its saddest, when the bright sun reveals in all its glory just how eerily the city comes together. It's in these months that the forever lost traffic is at its busiest, causing the honking and roaring of the motorists to melt together into a disquieting groan. In winter, however, when nights fall early, the city truly comes into its own. Ooh. As the corners and dead ends flood with shadows, the architectural peculiarities are obscured, merging the colors and textures of the different buildings which are normally so contrasting, together into a homogeneous whole with a visual complexity that's surreal to behold. During heavy rainfall, when the extensive drainage system is rendered incapable of disposing all of the water, streets turn into rivers, stairs into waterfalls, and basements into deep, dark pools. And the gutters and the drain pipes bring forth gurgling sounds, mysterious tones that resound throughout the streets in unfolding dissonance of gradually dissipating rainwater. The lake lies dark in front of me. Fresh winds are rapidly pushing away the rain clouds, revealing a yellow evening sky. A long breakwater has been built around the harbor of Bremersburg, extending far into the water. There was a piece in the Evening Mirror about a drunkard who'd fallen off it a few weeks ago. He was saved, in the end, by a homeless guy. I scratch my hair, which is almost dry now. A tension is building in my loins that gradually pushes me away from the lake. I could use this time more productively to prepare for a lecture, or something like that. I chuckle. The music in Proteus is playing deafeningly loud. I look around for a moment without recognizing anyone, and push past the bar towards the rear of the building, where some lonely men are standing against the wall. Wow, that is really loud. Holy fuck. Don't be so loud. It's not that one. My goodness. Holy fuck. Lars pounces me immediately. Holy fuck. William, it's about time, he shouts, trying to make himself heard over the noise. What were you thinking walking all this way? I'm fine, I reply. You guys need beers? Lars gestures that he can't hear me, but I notice Bernard raising his half-empty glass and producing an affirmative cough. The bar is crowded with dark figures, men in their 30s, unshaven. Some with baseball caps pulled far over their eyes. They're all drinking beer silently, as the music's too loud for conversation. You think? William can afford to buy us beers. Wait. William can afford to buy us beers, even though he spends all of his money on overdue fees? Matt shouts cheerfully as I return with 4 glasses. My fine's gone up to 38 fucking 50, I called back. Have you seen the cars those librarians drive nowadays? Lars adds dryly. But on a serious note, Matt starts, you could probably rent in a better place if it weren't for all that money you owe to the library. I mean, something's closer by, so you wouldn't have to walk. Listen, Matt, Lars interjects. You don't know the first thing about the student housing situation around here. Your daddy set you up with a penthouse apartment, remember? That disqualifies your views on real estate. Now, William here is a man of the people, he continues. He rents in Rybury because that's where the masses dwell. We aren't all equally privileged. Shut up, Lars, I reply. You're going off again. I drink some beer to calm my throat, which has become hoarse from all the shouting. Matt started dancing on one of his goofy dances, and I see him points toward his chest. I've got the t-shirt! He calls out toward Bernard, who frowns and looks the other way. After a few minutes, Evelyn joins us, pre-drunk and well. Been waiting long? She calls out. No, not, Lars starts, but she cuts him off. Who's buying the next round? No, Lars interjects. We're leaving right now. Don't you dare order anything. You look tired, Evelyn comments, as we're on our way to the Otter. Tired? I reply. Me? I shouldn't be. I just got out of bed. She smiles in disbelief. Never mind, I pause, not knowing what to say. You know, Proteus is a hellhole. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's filled with losers during the week. But it's okay on Saturday nights, you know. For picking up drunk desk jockeys. Ew. Picking up drunk desk jockeys, I inquire. You do that a lot? Oh, not at all, but you get the idea. She casts me a teasing glance. Still, it's a lot more fun on weekends. Try it. No. Evelyn's more schoolteacher than seductress. She embodies a type of homely kindness with her round cheeks and matronizing tone of voice, to the extent that I often feel like a small child in her presence. It started raining again. By the time the 5 of us reached the Otter, water's pouring down from the skies. It's quiet inside. Students are lounging around on the sofas. And a couple of old people are talking at the bar. I head for the restrooms. After carefully confirming I'm alone, I take a look in the mirror. My face appears exceptionally pale and skinny. I've been sleeping 11 hours a day. You end up skipping meals that way. And there's always that heavy feeling in my stomach as if it can't bear any solid foods. I dry off my washed out face with a piece of toilet paper and gently knock some color into my cheeks. On my return, there's a glass of beer waiting for me. Now the issues with you, Lars, Bernard exclaims loudly, is that is that you have some Oriental blood in you. That's why you can't discuss these topics in a rational manner. Matt laughs out loud. Bullshit, Lars replies. You know that's nonsense. I don't see how that's even relevant to the discussion. Oh, I'm sure you do, Bernard calls out with a sneer in his voice. You're missing my point, Lars continues. If a notorious apologist like Fazio writes that 3,000 people were massacred... Is it Fazio? Fazio? I don't care. You can definitely question his numbers. Lars is using an overly grave demeanor that he always puts on when he's trying to win historical debates. It's annoying, but so is Bernard, so they cancel each other out. Come on, how many people are you going to shoot down with an M95? Bernard coughs loudly, sending a cascading echo through the bar. They were on that island for 2 months tops. 3 months, Lars corrects him. Remember Babby Jar? 30,000 dead in only 2 days. I really don't see the point you're trying to make. Babby Jar? Why would you even bring that up? I'm about to interject, but I changed my mind. Look, I think a death toll of 3,000 is on the conservative side. So why am I having such a hard time reading that part? I know what conservative is. Bernard continues soothingly. Oh, soothingly? Look, I think a death toll of 3,000 is on the conservative side. Hey, smooth. But you're clearly exaggerating. You people always want to blame us for everything. You people, Lars exclaims. Bernard, what are you implying? I told you I'm not Oriental. Wow. As a German lit major, I don't really excel in trivial knowledge, let alone history. But that's okay, I know other things. My analytical skills are a lot better developed than theirs. And there's that strange contentment I get from fathoming an old forgotten piece of literature. A sensation that goes far beyond the world of dry facts. It's something personal, not suitable for pub talk. Evelyn returns from somewhere, and I finish my beer. William, you look pale. You should go outside more, Evelyn calls in my direction. I'm trying to think up a witty comeback, but I'm tired, and Matt beats me to it. What do you mean go outside more? He's walked here all the way from Ryberry. From Ryberry? Evelyn gasps in surprise. Let's move to the sofas, I reply, weary of their morose banter. New guests arrive and shake out their coats. The barman pours drinks. Voices reverberates. It's warm. Someone hands me another beer, and it's growing increasingly more difficult to follow the conversation. After a while, we're sitting at the wooden tables that stand against the back of the room. The chair I'm sitting on is upholstered with a lovely green velvet that glides softly through my fingers like a damp moss. Electronics, wind instruments. But that's not true innovation. The electronics just add, without changing the fundamental structure of the music. If a rock band uses a violin or a keyboard, it's nice as something extra, but it doesn't threaten the holy trinity of guitar, drum, and bass. Just imagine, there are millions of bands, every conceivable song has been written before, every pop song. Bernard interjects, but they ignore him. That's so stupid. I can hear from the way you're talking that you don't even have a basic comprehension of music theory. Do you even know what frequency is? Focus my attention toward the large, try-hard Art Nouveau posters hanging above the bar. By the way, I saw you had the t-shirt. That's great, Evelyn calls out to Matt, who disinterestedly tearing up a beer coaster. Why would you tear up a beer coaster? Are there paper beer coasters? A smile appears on his face. That's right. I've got the t-shirt. Can't wait till January. I scratch my chair a little more. The faces around me are a blur. I doze off for a moment. You should drink something, a voice calls out to me. I sit up. It's Lars, who's placed a new beer next to my half-full glass. Sure thing, I reply quietly, as I take a sip and doze off again. Time passes. Voices grow silent. Evelyn leaves and she's got work for the next morning. The older people have also disappeared. And someone somewhere starts speaking. For months on end, the workmen were drawn from their homes and families to work on the earthen embankment that would protect the polder against the water. At night, they were packed tightly together in their makeshift barracks. Hey, Binks. Even the slightest breeze would set the cold, dark water of the lake beating up against the wooden walls. And the only thing that kept them warm was the thick layer of mud that was caked to their bodies, like a protective shell. Visual novel? That sounds cool. Yeah. Hey, Effort, are you still here? Did you pass out? Or is it just Docky? I'd be sad if it was Docky. They set to work with iron willpower, every day under conditions that bordered slavery, a task that seemed as endless as the waters of the artificial lake. But a superhuman ethos lived among them, a steely resolve that kept the men united, as if their minds were riveted together and they no longer cared for matters of every day. A brackish, muddy culture arose among the workmen of the lake. They told each other stories after work, although none of them were ever put to paper. After the embankment was finished, the remaining water was pumped out, and slowly patches of earth fell dry. At first, the reclaimed seabed was bare and inhospitable, too soft to even set foot upon. But soon dramatic changes began to take place amongst the waterlogged marshes. Crops started to sprout, and rooted effortlessly into the mudded soil, where they fought each other for survival. Move! Move! The elderberry hissed to the knotweed. This is my spot! My spot! The knotweed, however, bowed for no one, and stealthily crept up to the elderberry. Don't fear, he whispered back. You'll root here, untamed elderberry. You don't need all that space, do you? The elderberry felt violated, but tried not to let it show. She rose out so high above the other plants that what could really hurt her? Yet she wasn't at ease with the knotweed curled up so close around her feet. That vulgar, seedy shrub. What had it all developed into? And while the plants competed against each other, the workmen tried to reintegrate into mainland society. But the dry world wouldn't take them back, with their dreamy gazes and stoic attitude to life. Some of the men found work on the large oil rigs in the sea. There they created a life that felt somewhat familiar, where the days were long and the sea would beat up against the platform in the same stable rhythm that they had been accustomed to. But in the end, the greasy sensation of oil on their hands never came close to the safe, dry mud that had encapsulated them during the long nights on the lake. Other men became drunkards, got incarcerated, or ended up taking their own lives. Their vain search for an existence of total surrender, as they had grown accustomed to the lake, completely destroyed them. They were rendered indebted to a path and immaterial battle against the forces of nature that had existed, only for a short period of time. And the polder, that unsightly artificial island, cast out of the bed of a murdered sea, kept changing. After plants had sprouted all around, the first generations of insects emerged. They bred effortlessly in the swampy pools of mud. At first there were thousands, then hundreds of thousands, then millions. They multiplied faster than good for them, and fell like rain from the sky. Dead flies lay scattered all around, and the brave pioneer who dared send his automobile over the narrow, unhardened roads had to rely solely on his windshield wipers to retain even a trace of visibility. The heck is this story supposed to be about? Yeah, well, I could, go and tell you right now. Basically, you're in the mind of a student, and, for the description on Steam, it says, delve into a troubled student's mind as his grip on reality unravels. And that's all that it says. So there's that. The first inhabitants of the polder, a completely different kind of people than the men who built it, were terrified by the sight of them. On the hottest summer days, the flies flew into the houses, in and out, day and night, drowning in beer glasses and pounding themselves to death against the window panes. Schoolchildren swept the corpses together on the window sills to hold morbid snowball fights out in the yard. And there was always that maddening sound. That noise that, after getting out of bed in the morning, started with a dozen flies pounding against the glass, and upon arrival in the kitchen had already swollen to a huge humming choir. The worst came after opening the front door, when the full extent of the cacophonous terrorism revealed itself in an alien symphony. A gruesome masterpiece of thousands of voices buzzing through the streets. There were only a few summers in which the fly population was this high. That was before the spiders came. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Where there's prey, there has to be a predator. Oh my. Oh, I don't even want to think about how many spiders there's going to be. I don't even recall leaving the otter. As we get closer to the inner ring, the brick facades give way to modern office buildings. Lars and I cross the road and dive into a narrow alleyway, where the abyss is located. There goes that music again. Lars is off to the bar. I sit and observe the DJ for a while. Dark-haired woman with an angry expression on her face. She's probably annoyed at having to work tonight. And she's pretty rubbish at it too, considering that nobody's dancing. Oof. Lars returns with beers. Hey, Lars to save the day. The doorman lied to us. He said it was busy inside. Look at that grumpy DJ, I say, slurring my speech. Lars seems distracted. Hey, it's Anna, he remarks. Anna Mulder from the theater committees. She's got some girlfriends with her. Lars is pointing over at a group of women. They all seem to have the same shade of chestnut brown hair, though that could be due to the lighting. Met her once, I reply. She's cute. Let's go say hello. We approach the girls with Lars leading the way. I'm starting to see the world a little sharper again. Lars nudges Anna. This is Mr. Hoffman, he announces to the girls, pointing at me. You know him, right? Anna casts a glance in my direction. I don't think I do, she replies. But how have you guys been doing, Lars? Saccharine beats pound into me, dragging me further out of my fatigue. My attention is grabbed by the girl standing next to Anna. She's short, and on closer inspection it appears her hair is slightly lighter than the others. Isn't her name Caroline, or Jasmine maybe? She's majoring in anthropology, and she's also on the theater committee if I recall correctly. There's something about the way her pointy nose protrudes above her fine upper lip. It's tender. Noble, almost. Suddenly, she looks my way and smiles, though it's a tormented smile. Wow. She thinks I'm a creep staring at her like this. Well, then stop staring. I avert my gaze. Good. I take a sip of beer and hold the glass up to the light. The yellow liquid gently washes back and forth, evoking an impression of waving cornfields. Jasmine's a pretty girl. It'd be better if she didn't see me standing here by myself. I feel an urge to go outside. I lean over to interrupt Lars's conversation. Hey Lars, I'm calling it a night. This place closes in 10 minutes, he shouts back into my ear. Stay a little longer. Exactly 10 minutes later, I'm standing outside. Ooh. The bus station is built slightly higher than the surrounding landscape, offering an intriguing view of the 723. In the distance, I can see a vast expanse of fields and wind turbines that leads all the way to the edge of the polder. Going into the abyss was a ridiculous waste of time, you think? I try to recall how Lars talked me into it, but it's fuzzy. The stuffy air, the weak beer, the conceited voices. It may have started raining outside as the humming of night seems to have grown slightly louder. What would Lars and Anna be doing at the moment? Why would you think of that? Who cares? With my right hand, I softly stroke the empty seat beside me, the engines making a gurgling sound. The temperature is rising, and the swaying of the vehicle almost rocks me to sleep. Stripes drift over my retina. For a moment, I'm back in the club with Jasmine, the center of attention. I wake up just in time for the Ryberry stop. Nice. I take off my shoes at the bottom of the stairs, head upwards, enter my room. Place my shoes on the floor, fall down on the bed. Before I drift away, I want to drink some water, but I'm growing drowsy again. To drink water later, set the alarm clock. Make it to 3 o'clock lecture. The water nymphs left long ago. Yet still I heard a roaring Yet still I heard a roaring of waves. I opened my eyes to Ooh. I can make choices now. A Canotype C. Yes. Apparently her name was Jasmine. A terrible drought is raging through my mouth. I'm breathing heavily. It hurts to swallow. I attempt to sit upright, but my head is pounding and I sink down again. I doze off. Two hours later, the room's spinning. I drag myself to the sink and force myself to drink the nauseating, lukewarm water, like a camel before a desert journey. Then I get up on my toes to open the tall window. A gust of fresh air blows into the room, as if a vacuum seal has been broken. I pause for a moment to breathe in the air. Just one more hour of sleep. Then everything will be fine again. And while I'm lying in my bed, more and more cold air flows into the room. The condensation on the window slowly sweeps away. My leg hairs rise up straight. And the layers of dust under my bed blows upward and spread throughout the room to form an invisible layer on the floor and books. I'm breathing quietly now, my sleep growing deeper. I dream a dream in which I keep missing the bus. 3 hours pass before I stir again. It's 14:36. I'm feeling much better now. My phone battery is almost dead. What is that, 2 o'clock? 2:30? I get up, shove a few library books in my bag, and descend the stairs. New is written in giant letters on the window. What's new? Ah! Inside, a range of primary colors is poured out of me. The refrigerator unit produces a constant drone. Emart's bread section has little more to offer than a few bags of toaster strudel and a squashed loaf of white. The smell of spoiled dairy is starting to affect me. I haven't eaten since yesterday evening. For a while, I stand there, inspecting a large rack of mineral water, just to rest my overstimulated eyes. The people here live 4 meters below sea level, and yet they're willing to pay money for water. They should impose an import ban on the stuff. One day it'll be up to our necks again. I like this game. This game's nice. I grab a box of cornflakes from a shelf. There's a short line at the cash register. The man in front of me must be in his late 40s with flabby arms and long, light red hairs that's all tied back into a ponytail, save for a few dry strands that fall down over his sweaty forehead. In the shopping basket, I see 2 half-liter cans of beer, a tin of condensed milk, and a bag of canary feed. Would he make it if the dikes broke through? Would he be able to swim against the current with those chubby arms of his? I hope he has enough time to set his little bird free. It's not much later that day that I encounter an unknown gray cat, sitting on a wall near the motorway. The animal is eyeing me up stubbornly. He looks ancient, perhaps older than myself, with battered ears and thinning fur. I take out a handful of cornflakes and place them on the wall next to him. He sniffs at them disinterestedly, before pacing away. Wow, wow. Ooh, that almost took a dark turn. As the town hall has been under renovation, it's draped in thick polyethylene sheeting. On a pale December afternoon, the covers have the same light gray hue as the sky, camouflaging the building into a colossal chasm of the central square. A young man, tall, black hoodie and glasses, approaches me. Oh, hey. You want a flyer? He asks me routinely, as he hands me an orange pamphlet and prepares to move on. But I stop him. Wait a minute, what's this? I ask. He halts and turns to face me. Ooh. Oh, it's a flyer for One Front, he replies dismissively. With his right hand, he's holding a stack of pamphlets against his leg, while rifling through them nervously with his thumb. His scruffy blonde hair protrudes from his head in irregular tufts. For some reason, he seems like the ideal target. One Front, I reply, grinning nervously. Tell me about them. Well, we stand for our national identity, he replies. You've probably noticed that it's getting busier over here. We're under pressure from all sides. I interrupt him. We're under pressure, you say? That sounds dangerous. As I said, our culture is being threatened, he continues. You've probably experienced for yourself how this city is changing. We're losing our core values. You're a student, right? I nod. Well, as a student, you've got to realize that things are happening to this country that really transgress all boundaries. I'm talking big topics like mass immigration, terrorism. What are your thoughts on that? He stopped talking as if waiting for a response. I don't know what target for what. So what do you think about Diepenbrock? I ask him. That's not what I mean, he replies. Just generally our way of life, our values. I interrupt him again. Diepenbrock, what do you know about him? Isn't he an outspoken symbol of our national identity? The boy is fidgeting impatiently as if he's looking for a way out of the conversation. You know, that's cool, he replies. Literature is important. I think I read one of his books in high school once, but I really have to continue handing out. Read one of his books. Read what book? I shouted out triumphantly, my eyes glistening. Diepenbrock wasn't an author, was he? Come on, Diepenbrock. Alfred Diepenbrock. He seems downright irritated now. Good one, you got me, he sneers. Just read that flyer. Bye. And as he's about to leave, I take out his pamphlet that I've stuffed into my jacket pocket, crumpled it up into a ball, and throw it at his feet. Diepenbrock! Diepenbrock! Don't you forget that name! Vive l'orange blanc bleu! As he moves away, I consider trailing him, but I decide against it. I don't know, probably a target for like someone who could be easily persuaded or something. I don't fucking know. That's just my guess. Someone who's easy to convert into some shit. I don't know. I can't really think of anything. Maybe a target for getting beaten up. He kind of reminds me of like Brian Griffin, who pretends like he knows shit, but he fucking doesn't. I don't pretend to know shit. I don't know shit. 50 meters further, he resumes handing out flyers in the same evasive manner as before. You can't be handing out flyers if you're not confident in your cause or whatever. In the library, I pass reading halls filled with students quietly at work. Like, even if every day it doesn't really seem like it's fucking doing anything, if you really believe in your cause, don't be a little fucking bitch and give up. Just keep on fucking going. Keep on having a smile. Keep on having determination and be enthusiastic about what you believe in, okay? That's how you get people to read your shit. They're probably not the brightest if they had to study this hard. It's not even close to exam week. I take 3 books from my bag and hand them to the administration officer. He's a young guy, probably a student himself, trying to earn something on the side. They're late, he tells me after scanning the books. Like, really, really late. All 3 of them. He has an apologetic grimace on his face. Aw. So what's the damage? I ask stoically. There's a $12.50 late fee, he replies, per book. So that makes $37.50 in total. What? I exclaim, slightly louder than intended, as a wave of anxiety rushes over me. I'm sorry, he replies sympathetically. I know it's high, but you've had them for 5 months. The library must have sent you plenty of warnings. But it's a library fine, I protest, fully aware that I'm making a scene. It should be 10 cents per week or something like that. This is ridiculous. I know, but it's a new policy to prevent inconveniencing the other students. People may be waiting for that book, you know. I pause for a second, contemplating the futility of arguing with the overly patient administration officer. But I feel obliged to put up a fight, even if it's just for show. So do they get the money? What do you mean? He asks. Do those poor students get the money from late fees wired over to them? If they're so inconvenienced? Listen, he replies, audibly growing tired of the conversation. I don't make the rules over here. He stops to look something up in his computer. The system shows you have 18 more titles at home. I'd return them all, get it over with, consider this a lesson learned. Then he smiles. Return them all? I need those books. So what happens if I keep them longer? You bankrupt me? I pay tuition, you know. It won't go higher. Fees are capped at $12.50 per book. Do you want to pay the amount for those 3 right now, or should I add it to your payments due? Wow, there's a $12.50 cap? Ooh. If that's really the case, then I could just... I would keep the fucking books and not give a shit. You can add them, I reply. And if it's capped at $12.50, I'm keeping these. Yeah! I pick up the books from the counter. Might as well get my money's worth. I'd advised against that, he chuckles. It's really not how a library works. Oblivious to the rain, shoppers scurry towards the last bargains of the day. I'm trying to disregard their neuroticism as much as possible, but they still end up getting in my way. You're a criminal. You and this guy. Suddenly a familiar voice. Are you okay, old boy? Bernard, have you finished working? Yes, he answers. Busy day, say, I didn't know you lurked here before sundown. Let's get a beer somewhere. "2 beers, I called out to the bartender as we passed by. The man picks up 2 glasses and starts pouring. Bernard nudges me. I actually felt like having a wine, he whispers gloomily into my ear. Aw. What do you mean? I ask him. You just suggested we have a beer. That was a figure of speech, but beer's okay, it doesn't matter. Also a red wine, please, I call out to the bartender, who's just finished pouring. It really doesn't matter, Bernard grumbles sorely. Oh, poor Bernard. We pick up the drinks and head upstairs. Bruniet is a small pub situated in the corner of a residential block. I don't know how to pronounce that. Bruniet? Brunienk? Nyenk? Nyenk. Brunienk. Brunienk. Sorry. Despite its central location, it's largely ignored by the shopping public. The patrons consist mainly of residents of the upper floors and students. Hey. You're quite the poser with your red wine, I say to Bernard, after we sit down. He guffaws. I drink the head off my first glass of beer. So what brings you to town anyway? He asks me. You're usually in bed around this time of day. I had some library books to return, I reply. Good for you, they're about to raise the overdue fees again. Ah, shit. I heard the faculty is struggling with a persistent hole in their budget, he adds. They're trying to patch it over with the backs of lazy students. I, for one, say no taxation without representation. Say, while I'm at it, Bernard continues, are you busy next month? How so? I reply. Well, as you know, we've been rehearsing something by Ibsen recently with my drama group. We're still looking for someone to play a porter. Would that be something for you? Hell yeah, I would go into like a play. Bernard's busy with that little troupe of his. Last summer they performed King Lear for a 12-headed audience. I would fuck up so much, and it will be amazing how I will ruin every part of their fucking story. Well, come on, man, it'll be fun. Don't you want to keep the arts alive? I don't know, I reply. I probably won't show up for rehearsals. I'm not punctual lately. Got a lot on my mind. It's okay, you won't have to practice. You only have one word in the whole play. That's such a perfect role for me. His insistence is starting to bother me. It's not gonna work out, Bernard. I'll fuck things up. I don't want to put in effort. Little bitch! Fucking do it! Bernard seems like he's about to retort. You'll do fine without me, I add. Everyone does. You can ask Matt to do it if the party's really that easy. If the part's... 6 pence, Bernard calls out. 6 pence, that's all you have to say. There, you've learnt the role by heart. No, Bernard. I hesitate. Or you know what? I'll sleep on it. Bernard looks satisfied. He's pondering as though he's searching for something to keep the conversation going. I usually do that. I take a few large sips from my beers. You may find this interesting, he starts. I'm working on something by von Schutz. You know him? I think I've covered him once. I lie. He's okay. Isn't that the most wonderful prose you've ever read? He bursts out. The way he builds those sentences, I couldn't write that in 1,000 lifetimes. Bernard, who's just taken a big sip of wine, chokes on his words and breaks out spluttering. I watch my friend with compassion. Bernard's afflicted with a morbid tendency to gush. But it's an act mostly. He's shaped his entire personality, millimeter by millimeter, in his room behind his writing desk. I wait till the boy's done coughing. Yeah, I don't know how beers drink. I don't really like beer anyway. Yucky. Is the head of the beard any good? Or is that like just to get that out of the way? Is it messy? I don't know. I've never drank beer from tap. It's just books, Bernard. Be careful now. He recovers, whispering. That beauty, William. That's it. I'd give anything for that. I could spend my entire life slaving away in that stupid clothing store, if only to catch a glimpse, now and then, of a magnificent play, the beauty of the female form, the rays of morning sun. That's great, Bernard. I finish my first glass of beer. You want some? I ask him, gesturing at the second. Have you been in love, William? Or have you ever experienced that divine feeling of wholeness when a naked girl embraces you? It's addictive, hiding underneath your skin, firing up in the most unexpected of moments. Perhaps. Say, on that matter, do you know Jasmine from the theater committee? I ask it with a smile just to see if I elicit a response. Yeah, I know her. Not bad. Her father is, Joachim or Van Beurden. I think he produced a few plays in, Meerhans? I don't fucking know how to pronounce that. You've struck gold there, old boy. What? What? I just keep staring at him attentively. Look, you know my opinion on these matters, he continues. I'd say go for it. Do whatever it takes, even if you have to lay down your life in the process, he pauses. Another beer, William? Then I'll have another glass of red. No thanks, I'm already one ahead of you, and I have a lecture to prepare. The convo took a weird turn? Yeah. A lecture? Interesting. So, have you guys arrived at Von Kleist yet? Bernard, I sigh. What image do you have of the German curriculum at a small-town university? I get up and put on my coat. Yeah. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, a lecture will commence where I probably won't be appearing again. Through the window, I see dark rain clouds gathering. I feel a cold shiver about to rise up, but manage to suppress it by rapidly brushing my bare feet over the low pile carpet. I want to go to sleep, but force myself to study for a bit. Otherwise, I'd be taking the easy way out. I browse through the books by the bed. On top of one of the stacks lies a work by Wilhelm von Schutz, which I quickly borrowed at the library yesterday afternoon. Bernard's a terrible phony. I open it up and start deciphering the old black letter typeface. Ooh. English plays, I don't know how to frickin' read German, thank you. I wish I could. I still need to learn it. Each of us, in the end, must embrace the spirit of the universe from one or another side. Is he a philosopher? Then his dogma will form the center point of his outlook, as they correspond to the complexity of reality. Is he a poet? Then each vision of his imagination will bear the revelation of totality reborn. It's tough matter. 19th century or something. I should actually be doing my coursework. I must have skipped 6 lectures by now. Formally, that's too much, but I know Professor Alfred likes me. Elfriede. Spirits of the second kind don't want to reach neither individuality nor together. A clear understanding of this than they are already familiar with. Whilst the former seek the absolute, they seek congruence. Congruence? Congruence in what sense? I hope this isn't a linguistic treatise. Treatise. And are satisfied as soon as individualities mutually align themselves in common congruence. That last part I read twice in a row. I like Elfriede too. She's sharp and she dresses nicely. She's not as motherly as Professor Hoekstra. Everyone likes Hoekstra better except for me. I don't trust her. I don't know how to pronounce these names. The second way of treating, though, by hinting only at individual shared properties, and often without care or provision, enables him even more to unite with each and every phenomenon that he encounters. With my concentration waning, I'm searching my desk for a pack of gum, lifting the books, pushing papers away, but it's nowhere to be found. Because we can grasp the peculiar more easily, and it, as far as it succeeds, disappears even more. My phone vibrates with a message from Lars. I jolt upright. William, Rampage starts at 9 at De Proteus tonight. Because we can grasp the peculiar more easily, and it, as far as it succeeds, disappears even more. When it penetrates the mind deeply through extrapolation, and comparison. Where it... Elfrid, there's something in her voice. Elfrid. Elfriede? Elfried. I don't know. There's something in her voice, as though she doesn't take me too seriously. Her figure's highlighted beautifully in those chiffon dresses she wears, but for some reason I can't enjoy them as much. Chiffon. I don't know. Because we can grasp, I pick up my phone again to send a confirmation message to Lars. Because we can grasp the peculiar more easily. Another message. Don't come walking this time. Because we can grab the peculiar more easily, and it, as far as it succeeds, disappears even more, when it penetrates the mind deeply through extrapolation and comparison. You know what? That's enough studying for today. I closed the book, scrolled into bed, and take out my phone. 11:27. I should probably start attending lectures again. Not this afternoon, but another day when Elfried's there. Elfrieds? I don't know. The Germans and their poets. Bunch of dickheads, all of them. Elfried? I massage myself to sleep thinking about Jasmine. Bed warms up slowly. Weirdo. It's stuffy as always in Proteus. Lars walks in. Ooh, damn. Ooh, I like that music. Hell yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, bro. Bernard just called. He says he's late. So you made it home safely Tuesday night? I was in bed before 6, I replied dryly. And then you overslept for your classes. Go get us some beers. It's okay, I've built up a reputation, I say with a smile as I leave for the bar. Shh, quiet, Binks. I do actually attend classes, just not all of them. It has to do with the way I take up information, but that's completely beyond Lars's comprehension. Immanuel Kant wouldn't leave his study for months on end. Kant? Never saw a university from the inside, but he didn't do any worse over it. I have to fight my way to get to the bar, and as the lady pours 2 beers, I see traces of white, soapy water running down the inside of the glasses. The thought of rancid dishwater mixing with my beer makes me gag inaudibly. It was a busy day at the administrative office, Lars says, as I return. Next year's grant deadlines are coming up soon, and as always, those cobblers are sending their applications in last minute. What about the theater committee, I ask. Oh, they're on time as always. We might actually come across them tonight. Lars looks at me. You've got a crush on Miss Van Buren, don't you? There's a worried tone in his voice. Bernard told me. Maybe, I reply. Well, you're not the only one, he smiles. There's something about that girl that drives virtually every guy insane. My stomach turns. Ew. In any case, don't expect too much from her, Lars continues more seriously. I'm not sure she's exactly your type. What do you mean? I asked, annoyed. Lars makes a dismissive gesture, but I continued staring at him. Listen, William. Once in a while, you have this tendency to be a little too nice to girls. What's wrong with that? I reply sharply. Look, there's nothing wrong with that in itself. You'll probably even get away with it once or twice. But girls like Jasmine are different. They're used to that kind of treatment. You need to play it tight with them, you understand? His words evoked unpleasant thoughts, leaving me with the notions that something that was once very pure has now been irredeemably perverted. Anyway, they're planning to visit the NTA performance of the Bakai? I don't know. Next semester. Lars continues. I just greenlit their grant. Expensive. That's pretty serious, I mumble. It's pretty serious. You know, Bernard's troupe will be staging something too. About a porter, I think it was. Oh yeah, Lars comments. I heard that. But I think there's some bad blood between Bernard and the theater committee. Something about professional standards, if I remember. Wait a minute, Evelyn's calling. Lars answers the phone. As I'm about to take a sip from my beer, I recall the soapy water, clinging to the inside of the glasses. And just in time, I place the glass somewhere on the table behind me. Lars has a short conversation with Evelyn and hangs up the phone. She's in the abyss. Let's move over there. I'll text Bernard. Where's your beer? Oh, it's all gone. We can go. There's a chubby woman standing on the dance floor chatting with a friend. A few guys are circling around them like toothless sharks with decrepit faces from drinking too much dishwater. Let's go, Lars. Calm down. I can't drink as fast as you. Chug it down, killer clown. God, no. Stop. The hum of the city is louder than usual. There's a lot of people on the move tonight. You're dressed too thinly, Lars calls out, pointing at my jacket. It's going to be cold. Don't patronize me, Van Dyke. Distractedly, I look upwards, where the catenary wires of the trolley buses cross the sky. The buses of Bremersburg are like marionettes led through the city on wires. Suddenly, we hear a terrible sound coming in our direction. Youthful, brazen cries with an unmistakable undertone of violence. It's a band of adolescents roaring loudly that's come rushing around the corner. One of them catches my attention. He's short, stocky build, broad chest and arms. And as he runs by, he pulls open his mouth to shout something, causing the contours of his dark red lips to stand out strikingly against the pale white cheeks. I stare after him until the whole group's disappeared from sight. That's great, I hear Lars mutter behind me. If they're heading for the abyss, we'll have to go someplace else. We pass through a heavy door and enter a small hallway that's filled with noise from the club. The doorman asks us for an entrance fee, but Lars seems adamant to get in for nothing. That's nonsense, he protests. It's a Thursday night. Nothing wrong with Thursdays, doorman counters. Sorry, boys, there's a party on tonight and it's full house. You can take it or leave. I push past Lars and hand the man a 50. We each received a black stump on our hand featuring an obscure depiction of a simian. And one of those filthy stamps, too, I hear Lars mumbling as we head towards the dance floor. We find Matt and Evelyn standing with a few people I don't know. I try to dance, but keep bumping into the limbs of the people around me, causing their sweat to rub off onto my shirt. Yuck. Gross. Next round's for you! Schweinhund. Lars calls out as he hands me a beer. The music's loud, and the longer I listen to it, the more I grow aware of a kind of primitive, mesmerizing cadence in the thumping tones. I finish my beer and leave the group to get rid of my glass. There's a sea of people in all directions. Everyone looks the same in the crowd. The bare backs, the faces, the polo shirts. And then, less than 4 meters away, I distinguish Jasmine's chestnut brown hair. She's facing my way, but doesn't seem to notice me. I move closer, and it turns out that she's standing with my friends. You didn't get us any beers? Lars calls out at me. For me too, Matt chimes in. You know, you can't dance with a beer in your hand, I reply, rolling my eyes. And you're a despicable excuse for a human being, you know that? Matt shouts, shaking his head in feigned indignance. I look over at Jasmine. Our eyes meet for a second, but then she turns away. I lean over to Matt, who's standing close to me. How long has she been here? What? Who? Matt asks with a stupid expression on his face. Never mind, I call back with a little softer. Matt looks at me like I'm crazy before returning his focus onto the preposterous little dance. And Lars's words kept bugging me. It's not like I place women on a pedestal. I'm just not a douchebag like Lars. But still, I give it a try, imagining that she's not that pretty after all. Strands of dry hair hanging down her dull, skinny cheeks. Whenever she speaks, her face wrinkles up a little, and as if she's been drinking too much. Her nose, which seemed so tender at first, protrudes distortedly beyond her far too short upper lip. Suddenly, she lowers her gaze with her mouth closed. She's looking for something in her bag. Her proportions appear a little skewed. She brings out a pack of cigarettes, holds it up, and looks around the circle, smiling broadly. I smile back at her. She beckons me and I follow her into the smoking room. It's working. What? Gross. I don't want no ciggies. Yuck. Ew. The pungent smell of cigarette smoke permeates everything. It enters my lungs and fires me up, encouraging me. I sit down next to her. Gross. So what are you majoring in? She asks. I think I've seen you at Unit E. Meh. Sorry. She hands me a cigarette. Could be, I reply. I'm doing German lit. You're in TC, right? You guys still have tickets for I don't know how to pronounce that. Stop giving me that word. Yeah, sure, she responds, disinterestedly. So do you like going out? What? Without waiting for an answer, she reaches for my head and giggles. You got really nice hair, you know that? Jesus Christ. It's okay, I respond. Sorry, I've had a little too much to drink. You seem like it. She keeps playing with my hair. It's all a bit too lighthearted for me. It's the band name? I know it's the band name. I don't know how to say the band name. It's too much chatting. I grab her hand, move it away from my head, and smile. She comes in a bit closer, causing the fabric of her skirt to rub up against my fingers. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thanks for coming along, she says after we finish our cigarettes. Everyone's quit smoking nowadays. Just call it the B word from now on. Alright. That sounds like a good idea. So have I laugh. They're probably talking behind our backs right now. We're just smoking buddies, she whispers, okay? I don't want to be smoking buddies. We return to the dance floor. And as the evening passes, we stay very close together, getting each other drinks and dancing to the music. I notice Lars looking at me now and again, with an undetermined expression on his face. At about 2 a.m., we head back to the smoking room. Ah, gross, not again. You want another drink? I ask. Don't ask that. Ah, what a wonderful and terrible place at the same time to exist there. Franz, thank you for showing up and deciding to speak. No, you don't need it. I put my arm around her. Don't do that. No. Want to head back to my place? She asks in a childish voice. Ah, fuck. Stop. I get up and pull her along. No. I don't like this woman. Outside, she silently unlocks her bicycle, her bare arms shivering in the midnight wind. Oh, you fool. You want my jacket? I ask. No, don't do that. It's a trap. You've just fucked yourself. Stop being so nice. Yes, please, stop. I'll tell you where to go, she says softly. After her bicycle finally breaks free, she jumps on the back. And as we ride through the streets of Bremersburg together, it feels like everything has built up to this one moment. Why? As if something incomprehensibly large is about to unfold. A great time is commencing. No, it's not. Stop saying that. Bathroom's down the hall. Fuck. She unbuttons her coat and throws it onto the double bed that stands in the middle of the room, before disappearing into the kitchen. Her room overlooks a few more students' buildings. A few windows still have lights burning. I'll get us some water, she calls out from the kitchen. I go and sit down on the bed. No, not the bed. I look around at the posters of the theater committee on the wall, at her bookcase. She's been away for quite a while now. Too long to just be pouring water. And I try to imagine that I'm not waiting for her, that I'm only visiting without reason, just to be here. But it doesn't work. Maybe she's dead. I'm groggy from all the beer. Maybe she is too, and then she died. Ah, shit. God damn it. She returns without the water and takes place next to me on the bed. She's drunk. It's all very easy this way. What? I should have gone to the bathroom. But she's too close now. No, go to the bathroom. Her breath tastes of alcohol and tobacco. Ah, gross. And for a second I ponder how many other boys she's done this with. Probably a lot. Her cast-off coat is rubbing against my back. I try to push it away in vain. Try harder! Shut up, Franz! In the corner of my eye, I can distinguish part of her face. My hand moves towards her chest. Ah, fuck. Stop. Go ahead, she whispers in my ear. No! No! Fuck. And I pull on her blouse buttons, but my right arm's cramping and they won't give way. Oh no, what's happening? Are you having a stroke? I wonder what she was doing in the kitchen for so long. It's warm. I need the toilet! I can't get a grip of those buttons. Any plans for tonight? I ask her in an attempt to relieve the tension. Well, yeah, she enters demandingly, her eyes pressed into tiny slits. Oh, God. But it's dissipated entirely. Now that they were in bed together. What? Grown painfully aware that what's unfolding here is actually the most mundane thing in the world. I'm one in a series of thousands. My great time hasn't come yet. What? Maybe it's true. Jasmine isn't my type of girl. It's hot and I need to urinate. There we go, she mumbles as she finally helps me undo her blouse. No. But I pull my arm away. Shut up, Franz! I need to go to the bathroom, I mutter inaudibly as I get up. She's staring at me dumbstruck, but I don't even notice. I'm out of the room, down the stairs, away from the apartment complex. A tropical breeze is blowing through my hair. Onward now, without looking back. Yeah, we didn't do it! Ha ha ha! You're always playing Eve while doing anything, Franz. Part 2. Winter. Slowly, silently searching, a gray SUV glides down the street. As he overtakes me, I cast a glance through the window at the driver, who's in his 40s, eyes glued to his navigation system. He slowed down to no more than a crawl, his exhaust fumes bringing tears to my eyes. Then he rolls open the window and sticks out his head. Excuse me, you happen to know Westward Grove? He calls out in my direction. I feel an irrational urge to run, but manage to suppress it. Westward Grove? I ask with a thoughtful face. Are you sure? That can't be right. This is Rybury. The man frowns. It should be around here somewhere. Isn't it behind those houses? He points towards a cul-de-sac. Come on, sir. I've been living here for 19 years, I reply in mock indignation. You're not going to convince me you know this place better than I do, I add. I just drive to Abbotsford. I think they have a grove over there somewhere, though I'm not sure if it leads westward. Don't you have a GPS or something? I do, he groans. It's just that it's not working very well. Without even thanking me, he rolls up his window and takes off. A minute later, he's disappeared from sight entirely. An awkward cry escapes my mouth. My hands are trembling. Intense, exhilarated, but as I approach the liquor store, I also feel a very slight sensation of remorse. I try to forget about the poor man, who will probably be driving around for quite a while longer. No, it's not supposed to be an adult-like game. Shush. Stupid. They keep the expensive bottles near the front counter, the cheaper ones at the back. It conveys a subtle distrust towards the customer. But then again, alcoholics can't be the easiest class of patrons to entertain. Can I help you? A sullen voice calls out as I pass the counter. Just browsing. Sorry. That voice. I can sense it following me. I continue further into the store, past the special offers until I'm out of reach. But it pursues, swirling around me, watching my every move. It has a suspicious, demanding tone, as if it wants me out as quick as possible. Probably thinks I'm a shoplifter of some kind. I return to the front as calmly as possible, picking up one of the special offers in passing. A synthetic, domestically produced rum, with a pirate ship printed out on the label. Wow. Is Captain Morgan around? I don't know. I don't know my rums. Oh, wait. Maybe it's Hamilton. I don't know. I thought I saw a ship on Hamilton once. I place it as an offering before the voice. Maybe rum is just generically associated with pirates. That's 1895, it hums, audibly appeased. Is it a gift? Yes, I reply nervously. As it wraps the bottle in a shiny wrapping paper, I can't help but let out a silent chuckle. It isn't a gift at all. Or perhaps a gift to myself. I exit the store with a finely wrapped bottle under my arm. And as I walk home, it's as if I'm on my way to a birthday party. "1848, that's just great." Yeah, I thought about that. A modern, brightly lit kitchen. She must be in her late 40s with a charming southern accent. I uncork the bottle and bring it to my mouth, carefully pouring the liquid into me until I break the flow. A tingling sensation gushes through my throat. Strong at first, but diminishing steadily, until nothing remains but a fickle glow. Using my tongue, I rub the stinging fluid up against my mucous membranes and all along my gums. Then I swallow. A jolt. Everything's much sharper. A fat man with an annoying voice has come on. "Disappeared in 39. Would you like 2 balls? Are you sure?" Franz, it's all in your head. Shut up. Alright, Bings, bye. The room fills with sharp applause that ricochets off my eardrums painfully. I scramble to find the remote. God, please do. Thank you. Good. I really hope that you don't say anything anymore. A woman is walking on the beach. She looks happy, but she's not overly pretty. What? Okay. The shot moves in on her face and she smiles. Involuntarily, I catch myself smiling too, and I unclench my jaw quickly. A wholesome voice recites an advertising slogan. It's as if nature's forcing me into mediocrity. Yes, Franz. A numb, almost death-like state of being that dominates the history of our kind, save for a few scarce exceptions. Snap out of it, is nature's mantra. And maybe I should snap out of it. The warm glow spreads out from my throat, through my esophagus into my stomach, and onwards from there to the rest of my body. Alright, go on. Go on, Franz. The last daylight is shining through the window. The room's filled with the scent of rum, a cozy fragrance with a hint of purifying ethanol. I'm Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Thank you for locating my long-lost son, Dale Dimmadome. Fucking hell. Shut up. Don't start that again. This is a serious game, and we have to take it seriously. No, forget about that day. That day never happened. We didn't stream it. We didn't record it. Nobody knows about it. Shh. It helps me to act normally. To act socially. It dilutes my talents, makes me as stupid as the rest. But there's nothing to it. Because that's not the real me doing those things. If only I could come out as myself one day, with clear senses and a clear mind. A Aggressive tremors surging through my left thigh. I jump up, spilling rum all over my mattress, and take the phone from my pocket. It keeps on buzzing for minutes on end, but the thought of talking to another person sends violent spasms of anxiety through my nervous system. I toss it under my bed sheets, where the mattress absorbs the vibrations of the blankets, muffle the sound. I really love the sounds in this game. It's so nice. I changed the channel. You know, if there weren't any alcohol, I'd have come up with something profound by now. But it thins the paint like turpentine, so their only watery colors remain. Like, I think they did a really good job with all the sounds, the little sound effects that they have going on, with the music being paired and all that. With just the way that everything is going. Really sets the mood. No deep reds or blacks, just safe, pasty pastels. The pieces come out dull and inoffensive, like the stuff you'd hang in an office space. It dumbs me down, makes me boring and gentle like everyone else. Nobody paints with the deep blue of the ocean anymore. Outside it started raining again. Maybe it's just my imagination. It doesn't really matter. 1848. That's great. Oh shit. The whole point of this story is to experience the slow descent from what is it called? Let me see. I guess into madness. I don't fucking know. But for the description of the game, it says delve into a troubled student's mind as his grip on reality unravels. I'm awoken by a persistent itch. It consumes my entire body. For a while, I try to suppress the urge to scratch, but it keeps lingering playfully at the edge of my consciousness, occasionally sending sharp spikes of pain into my nervous system that make me quiver in agony. It's too much to ignore. I scratch my skin furiously until I feel blood coming out. Then I crumple up my shirt into a ball, and proceed to rub it over my irritated body until I'm numb all over. I rescue my phone from the bed linen, reassured to see that the battery's dead. The floor is a carpet of empty beer cans soaked in pale sunlight that filters through the window. And I know it's beautiful in a naturalistic way, but I'm not in the mood to acknowledge it. Later, when I look back, I'll probably realize how good this period has done for me. Or it's something banal like that. I turn on the TV where a man in a white shirt is discussing tort reform. The sound's muted. I change channels for a while and pass news bulletins and infomercials. There's always something off about daytime TV, like how the programming's so much brighter than at night. The overexposed studio and beaming hosts are all pale and oversaturated. Everything's so clean and light. Why can't anything be dark anymore? Oh, hey. I continue channel surfing for a long time until I land on a program that offers my hungover eyes some rest. But it's too late. She enters again. Her hands, her cotton blouse. She's beautiful like when I first saw her. But the more I think of her, the more that comes along. I can hear the voices again. Matt's excited shouts, the dance music, the flashing lights. It's interconnected, overpowering, rushing through my head. Coming at me now that I'm at my weakest. I want to isolate her from all the noise, to cut her out, and save her for myself alone. But everything's so light, so out in the open. Sometimes it's better to hide things in darkness, to cast a light only on what's important. Most important. As the tears fall, they draw a trail of fiery self-pity down my cheeks. I strike myself in the face. I turn off the TV and crawl under the covers. If I go to sleep now, I might wake up when it's dark again. With a loud thud, the bottle hits the floor. As I fall into a deep, long sleep, a bright beam of sunlight inches its way towards me. When the light reaches my chest, it submerges me in a pale white glow. The rustling of fields sounds softly in the distance. It's mild outside, like the first day of spring. A soothing breath of wind. And on that day, balancing on the verge of consciousness, I cross a certain numinous border for the first time. Ooh. I think I've seen this in a textbook. I'm miles away from my room in Ryberry. The sun's shining through a sky of scattered clouds that drift by gently, bestowing upon the rays of light a movement like falling grain. There's no one here. No people, or schedules, or libraries. In this state, I no longer act or rationalize. All I truly do is perceive. I've lost myself. Time is frozen. There's nothing here. Nothing but a light that shines with the gleam of flourishing wheat. A sensation, an embrace. The maternal warmth of a realm of golden rain. Ah! I feel something soft like whiskers brushing up against my cheek. The world's regaining its hold on me. The dream evaporates. Her fragrance, the strands of chestnut hair, slowly fade away. I don't know what happened there. It was just like blackness. I don't know if there was like a choice or anything right there, but I didn't see anything. I awaken as from a coma, drenched sheets clinging to my body. In a frenzy, I feel around for a piece of dry fabric, but it's all wet. As if the linen has melted into a viscous bog that's slowly pulling me under. Everything from the last days must have seeped into it. Ew. Gross. I right myself. The room's in an utter state of chaos. Bottles, clothes, library books are scattered amongst the rubbish. The books. They must have multiplied unnoticeably. No matter how many I return, no matter how much I pay attention to overdue fees, their numbers only rise. And I'm looking for my phone, just to see if the library's still open. Even though I'm scared of the countless messages it must have collected over the week. I've been hiding in my room for days now. Wallowing, loathing, watching TV. After salvaging a pair of striped boxers from the depths of my laundry basket, I sit for a while, sliding the fabric gently through my fingers. Despite all the damp, the boxers have remained dry, and it comforts me for some reason. The beautiful dry cotton. I find my phone. 12 missed calls. The fogged-up display reads. Quickly, I dismiss the notification. 12:33. It's late. Everything's so clammy here. I need to move quickly. On my way to the door, I gather as many books as I can, and in passing, I grab a bag of beer nuts from the box under my desk. And as I traverse the streets of Ryberry, I'm stuffing them into my mouth by a handful, as I can feel them drawing the liquid from my system. Gross. Oh, fuck. The hiss of an approaching bus shakes me from my thoughts. I sprint through the tunnel across the traffic island, signaling the bus driver to stop. Just in time. And as I pay the man, I want to thank him profusely, even, for waiting. But somehow I can't even squeeze the slightest sound out of my throat. Not much later, a message from Bernard comes in. Just in case you crawled out of your bunker, it's 2100 in the outer tonight. I don't want to go to the outer. Bernard doesn't give up easily. Perhaps still looking for someone for that stupid play of his. Lately, during my rides to Bremersburg, I've been giving in to an old fantasy I've had. A remnant of my childhood days. Looking out of the window, I imagine that everything that disappears from my view behind me is somehow swallowed up by nothingness. As if the bus ride is riding out from the epicenter of a huge, pervading earthquake that pulls everything, trees, farms, meadows, into its destructive wake. An opposing vehicle is torn into pieces, a wind turbine splits apart, and I gloat at the sight of the cataclysmic trail of annihilation that I leave behind. Something powerful has drawn into my steps that cannot be ignored. But as I'm sitting here fantasizing like this, I grow aware of a thirst encroaching on me. It bothers me to such an extent that I abandoned my game. I have nothing to worry about. I should just go to the otter, dismiss the question, and play it as it comes. Lars has a similar habit at times of disappearing off the face of the earth for a while. He doesn't when he has exams or a new girl. But it'd reset somehow. You shut yourself in your room for days on end, hiding in the light, from the light, drowning your sorrows. Around me, great pylons of steel protrude from the landscape. I blast them into smithereens. It should come from a place of beauty or woe, if I cried in grief. Now that would have meant something. But this? For shame. The bus reaches the first suburb of the city. It's a working-class district made up of modern, polymorphous housing projects that straddle the horizon in every direction. Whenever I've been away for a while, Whenever I've been away for a while, Bremersburg always makes an impression on me. Ooh. After turning into an austere bus station, I exit the vehicle. And as I swagger down the platform in a tormented gait, a tingling pride takes hold of my body. I'm back again, after all. Many a great man has caved under lighter pressure. I need the restroom. I need the restroom. I'm looking for something sharp to keep me awake. Christmas tunes and specials for mulled wine lull me into a false sense of security. Hey, look, Christmas. Topical. No better way to spend the holidays than drinking alone. Yeah, you got it, bro. You know it. Hell yeah. Loneliness, crippling depression. Let's go. Bring on the alcohol. I want to sublimate, to slowly merge into thin air until there's nothing left but a dissipating white mist. Oh, who are you? I pull out a heavy bottle from the bottom shelf. Old Gull, the label reads, and distilled beverage with whiskey aroma, in a smaller print below. It's a whole liter for only $12.95. Seems like a foregone conclusion. Ooh. Fuck yes. Carol of the Bells, I love it. The lady behind the counter, late 50s, is latte. Latte. The lady behind the counter, late 50s, is staring at me from under her long gray hair, with a worried expression on her face. And I wonder if there's a particular reason why she's looking at me like that, or if this is just the default face she makes. It can't be easy for her to work the register at her age. Her co-workers must all be college kids coming and going with great futures ahead. And all the while, she's just sitting there. $12.95, cash or card? I'm shaken from my thoughts. That's a big bottle you've got there. You have a party on tonight? No, I mumble as I search for my wallet. I'm drinking this one all by myself. Those plump cheeks, her mouth, her wrinkles. They have a vague sense of familiarity about them that I just can't place. Oh. Aww. And now she's rolling the bottle in a sheet of tissue paper with great care, as if she's wrapping an infant. I watch her do it very tenderly. Her frightened expression almost gone. She's glancing at me with a motherly smile on her face. And somehow the whole image leaves a mealy taste in my mouth. There you go. Enjoy your weekend. I want to get out of here, but I feel an urge to say something to her, as she's making it all so personal. It's nice and dry up here, I stutter, while stuffing the bottle into my book bag. And as I turn to leave, I try to grab a napkin from the big pile on the counter, but they're all stuck together, causing half of them to flutter on the floor. I hate when that happens. I exit the store in a rush, leaving the mess behind. Oh, you asshole. Shame on you. Man, this guy's the worst. What a fucking dick. Casually, as if have an appointment there, I stepped into a doorway. In vain, I attempt to free the bottle from its paper bandages, but I can't seem to find the opening. Losing patience, I tear free its neck, loosen the cap, and try to take a small sip. But it's heavy, and spirit gushes out uncontrollably. Oh shit. I choke. Drops running down my chin. My taste buds throbbing. I wipe my face with my coat sleeve and step down from the doorway. No one's seen a thing. Or so you hope. North of the bus station, there's a residential area with apartment complexes that vaguely resemble cell blocks. Whoa, that's weird. We should be covering Herder in class next week, if I recall my schedule correctly. Gottfried, old bastard. A decent place to jump back in. I may even still know something about the guy. Like how he was so paranoid about Danubians that he'd bring a gun with him to the bathroom. And as I'm walking along minding my own business, I begin to notice a soft sweeping noise behind me. I continue on for a while, listening closely until I realize that it's not so much of a sweeping, but more of a panting sound that I hear. The sullen gasp grows slowly louder. Could this be a stalker prowling after me? A twisted mind that preys on pretty boys? Oh my. I turn around to see that it's not a stalker at all, but just an ordinary dog. The beast must be 3 foot tall at least. A Labrador or a Retriever, perhaps. I don't really know my dogs too well. It's sitting down on the pavements now, staring at me with its drowsy, subservient eyes. Those eyes remind me of Bernard for some reason, but not in a bad way. I snap my fingers in an attempt to elicit a reaction from the mutt, and then I let out a short, sharp whistle. Hey, look, whistle! But it doesn't move an inch. It probably belongs to a bunch of druggies who've kicked him out for chewing up their squat or something. I turn and continue onward with the full intent of leaving the beast behind. But it follows me at a respectable distance. A dog is a slave trained to obey, faithfully till the end of times. They're suited for the weaker kind that need to dominate someone or something, just to feel better about themselves. And for a moment I feel sorry for the beast. Throughout his life has been condemned to an arbitrary master appointed by fate alone. His owner sets the rules for all of his existence, determines what he eats, if he breeds, how he lives and dies. We continue our journey, and the idea of a big hound pursuing me through the streets cheers me up a little inside. I wonder how long he'll keep up this game. Would he follow me into the city center, or come into the library with me? Meanwhile, the dog's panting has swelled to a heavy rasp. I pause to let him rest for a bit. I pull the bottle from my bag again, drink from it carefully, and then proceed to pour a little on the ground. The liquid forms a dark gray puddle on the pavement. The dog's following my actions with a curious look in his eyes. "Look," I murmur. "You don't have to live this way. I'm setting you free. You can do whatever you want now." I take a step back invitingly. The dog gets up, sniffs at the puddle, and draws his tongue over the wet concrete. Oh no. And I can see the spirit hitting him. He jumps back startledly, and settles down a few feet away, eyeing me closely. I bend over to pour him some more, but even before the first drops hit the pavement, he jumped forward, thrusting his mouth under the opening of the bottle. Holy shit! And I look bemusedly as he managed to take 2-3 mouthfuls of whiskey before I stop pouring. Jesus Christ, stop it! Don't do that! He's developed a real taste for the stuff. Yeah, you should probably stop! I wonder if he's used to alcohol at home, if he gets it from the crusties. I pour some more on the ground, and look as he licks it up, eagerly. But suddenly a noise from above. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" a female voice shouts out furiously. I freeze and look upwards to where a red-faced woman with bleached blonde hair has stepped out into the balcony. "I saw what you did there, sicko! Trying to get that dog drunk," she shouts. I panic for an instant, frantically searching for a way out of the situation. Then I get a hold of myself. I raise my voice and in a controlled manner I state, "This is not a problem, madam. This is my dog." Holy shit! The woman's leaning out further now, trying to assess the situation. "No way," she shouts back. "No chance in hell that you're getting your own dog drunk on scotch. Do you want me to come down for you, sicko?" I stifle a laugh. "No, this is a hunky-dory, madam," I call back. "He likes whiskey. I don't give him too much. It's mostly the taste he's interested in." Oh no. And for a second she shuts up, staring down at me in a manner that almost betrays humility. She seems taken aback by the scene down below, unable to process the realism of it all. The boy, the bottle, the dog, greedily licking its lips. "Nonsense," she finally cries out. "I'm calling the police right now." And with that she disappears back inside. Oh shit. Quietly, I screw back the cap on the bottle. The police will have a field day with her. Crazy old bag. Of all the things to make fuss about. What? I set course for the university quarter. And somehow, without any reason of its own, my mind wanders. And when the lake finally fell dry, it was a period of great entrepreneurship in our nation. It was a turbulent time in which a small group of pioneers stood up and voiced the radical desire to banish out the night forever, so that only daylight would remain. It could have been that they were afraid of the dark, or tired of the dull circadian rhythm of night and day. Some even whispered that they were all part of a secret cabal. But I wouldn't go as far as to state that. Anyway, as you may have heard, it was difficult at first to find inhabitants for the newly formed island. It was an infernal wasteland, full of flies. And spiders, I murmur. No, this was before the spiders came, during the first few years of the polder. The enemies of the night, mainly rich industrialists, had drawn up a plan for a small village of simple houses. Everything was financed through their business ventures, and within no time they received green light from the government, who were happy enough to see people and money flowing into the land reclaimed. Within a year and a half, the village was as good as done. It had the best infrastructure in the polder, with paved roads, underground plumbing, and even its own small power plant. The cottages were simple in design, like holiday homes with thick shutters covering the windows. Offices and pubs have been erected and parks were laid out. But what they had failed to disclose at the time of project's missions was that the tall light mast was to be built in the center of the village. Whoa. A giant lighthouse, 50 yards high. And every evening, at sunset, the light went on. It began burning slowly until the lamp reaches its full capacity, around midnight. And the whole village was enveloped in a dazzling light that shone as bright as the sun. And every morning at dawn, the lantern slowly died out again. The residents used the village as a base for their exploits, where the sun shone night and day, and life never came to a halt. They threw parties around the clock, held orgies and raves. Gross. But they weren't able to enjoy their illuminated escape for long, because even though it was nice for the first few days, things went down quickly. It were the flies. In the beginning, they only posed a slight nuisance, humming through the streets night and day. They came from the immediate vicinity to evaporate in the scorching heat of the glow. But the tower shone so immersingly bright that it could be seen from miles away. And after a few days, a true exodus came underway. Slowly but steadily, more and more flies were drawn to the tower. They drew up against the lantern and dropped down, dead. And the streets around the base had to be swept perpetually to keep up with the piles and piles of corpses. Then, 8 days after the lighthouse went on, it swelled into a plague. It was as if all the flies on the island had suddenly descended upon the village. The air was speckled, charred bodies fell like rain from the skies, people had to remain indoors, driving became dangerous. And the light went out. The flies must have become too much for it. Their corpses caked to the glass of the lantern, turning it into a pitch-black orb from which no ray of light could ever escape. The village was cast in suffocating, impenetrable darkness. It was a new moon that night. Streetlights were never installed in that town, and the eyes of the villagers were completely unaccustomed to the level of darkness they beheld. That night, 2 residents drowned in the park ponds. There were a total of 7 traffic accidents resulting from the panicked rush in which people attempted to leave. A few houses burned down, and people lit bonfires in an attempt to drive out the night. The village is part of the Abbotsford Holiday Park now. The mast is being used as a radio tower, I mumble. The inner ring, a blight on the city. Disgusting and busy as always. See them sitting there, cooped up in their vehicles, not even offering me a chance to cross. A traffic light farther down the road turns red, The long line of cars come to a halt. I walk up to the roadside, but as I cross, I can already see the next wave of cars looming in the distance. Hastily, I run the last few feet to the traffic island, just as the first car passed behind me. Passes. Suddenly, screeching brakes, then a crash. I crouch into a ball and wait, trembling as the traffic behind me comes to a standstill. Then I mustered enough courage to look around. There's a long row of cars lined up on the tarmac. The first to brake seems to be driving around something carefully. There's a dark patch on the road. It's the dog. I knew it. I knew it was the dog. Fuck. The first head protrudes from a car window. The dog. Where did he come from so suddenly? He must have quietly followed me after the argument with the woman, and swaggered out onto the inner ring in his drunken stupor. I'd completely forgotten about the beast. A driver exits her car. She's looking at me with a confused look on her face. There's grief in her eyes, as if it's my dog that's lying there. Eyes closed and completely motionless. The man who hit the dog is parked at the side of the road now, studying his front bumper. I looked over to the body again, and I imagine I see a faint smile across its lifeless face. I can feel my legs growing heavy, as if they're slowly pulling me earthward. What do they expect? A beast that only follows. You can't drop your guard for even a second. I'm not strong enough to bear that burden. Tears are welling in my eyes. I'm sorry, lo siento, a driver calls out. And at that moment, I jump down from the traffic island and squeeze through the row of cars back into the city center. All the while, the drivers seem to be following my every motion. And as I blow my nose in my coat sleeve, I realize that this is the first time in a really long time that I've truly felt cold. So I planted a corpse. Will it bloom next year? I want to give up. I want to call my... Bitch, go on. It's quiet in the university quarter for a Friday. But it's getting late and the library closes at 5. The iron curriculum of my courses has begun to irritate me. It takes all the spontaneity out of my studies. If I weren't dependent on my scholarship for cash, I'd have dropped the whole travesty a long time ago. I'm about to take the broad stairs that lead down to the main entrance, when suddenly I see Matt exiting the building. I freeze. He's just standing there, scanning around as if he's blinded by the light. Then he catches sight of me. It's too late. He's hopping up the stairs like a bunny. Hey, William, been missing you. What have you been doing? I just killed a dog, I reply gravely. He pauses for a second. Oh, I'm sure that happens to the best of us, he laughs awkwardly. But anyway, you went completely AWOL for a week. Good to see you around town. I was sick for a few days, I reply. But now I'm good to go. I'm pleasantly surprised Matt seems unfazed by my disappearance. These things are never as bad as I make them out to be. But hey, I continue, I still have some books to hand in. See you this evening. Books to hand in? Good luck with that. Matt chuckles. The library closes at 4 on a Saturday. Oh yes, Saturday. I remember. Then I have to... Useless, Matt interrupts. Like people don't study on the weekends. But we've been thrown out, the work week is over, now to squander our wages on some hard-earned liquor. Liquor is what got the dog killed in the first place. There isn't much to do at the university quarter during the weekends. When the faculty is closed, the students flock to the city center, or to their dorm buildings at the edge of town. Most of the professors live outside the polder. At the end of their day, they leave Bremersburg over a nearly deserted 723, glared at by thousands of stationary commuters that are stuck in traffic on the opposing lane. And the university buildings are left behind, empty, with their gray concrete exteriors that look damp even on dry days and turn pitch black in the rain. These surroundings always make a clammy impression on me. They chase the students off the streets, into the pubs, into their books. I remember I haven't opened a textbook in weeks, and feel like and feel a familiar sensation of dread turning its head. That feeling that always slumbers somewhere deep inside my inner being, flaring up at the worst of moments. I hate it. Each and every inch of it. I try to divert my mind towards other things. Matt's leading the way, in his navy sports jacket. He's really too old to be wearing something like that. He's at university, for God's sake. Wouldn't a more formal style be appropriate by now? I try to laugh at my thoughts, but in reality I can't. As in the end, I don't think it's much of a laughing matter. You know a good place around here? Matt asks. I ponder. The Harteau, maybe. Matt shakes his head without looking back. Nah, it's always empty over there. And this annoys me. Why doesn't he think of something himself? If he's just going to turn down my suggestions. But he can be an annoying little prat like that. With that arrogant, dim-witted look in his eyes and his black curly hair. Mommy's boy. Let's go to the bar in Alexandria, Matt suggests. You get a nice view of the city from there. But then we need to go all the way back to the center again. Matt crosses the street. I follow suit. Sure, no problem, right? Well, where were you heading? But I'm not headed anywhere. So what are you doing for Christmas? Matt's heading back to the table with a glass of apple juice in his hands. Nothing, I still have stuff to catch up on. Resits. I don't know how to say that. You can celebrate New Year's at my place. Everyone's coming. Nice. I'm tired. I sip my coffee. It looks dark outside. But that could be because there's these trendy sheets covering the windows. Coffee's expensive here, I mutter. You come here often? Nah, Matt answers. Just for the view. But there really isn't much of a view up here. There's garbage covering the windows. I tear open my sugar packet and empty it into my coffee. Matt remains quiet. Around us, a group of older women are sitting with shopping bags under the tables. A lot of fake people in here, I comment. Look at them, with their shopping bags. They probably think it's a place to be seen, I add. That's how they get to charge so much for the coffee. Matt still isn't talking, and he seems uncomfortable. As though he's having second thoughts about coming here with me. Oh, damn. I'm starting to feel a bit sorry for him, but then... So how did you get on with Jasmine? I don't move an inch. I knew that this was coming. It's Matt after all. What do you mean? I reply curtly. Matt has a curious expression on his face, but there's cruelty hiding in his eyes. Nothing interesting happened, I continue. Don't worry. Matt laughs. Nothing interesting happened. I know your tricks, Williams. Tell me about all the interesting stuff that didn't happen. What? You see those women sitting there? What a phony joint this is. Don't change the subject, William. I want to hear it all. What? Why? Nothing much happened. We kissed, stuff like that, nothing more. Stuff like that? Matt squeezed his eyes into slits, causing the birthmark on his right temple to disappear, completely into the folds of his skin. Okay, I get the picture. William and Jasmine. Who would have thought? What? And I've had enough of it. Matt's ruining it again. Touching it, perverting it with his tiny mind that turns everything into a crass joke. Some things can't be discussed with the likes of him. They get lost in translation. And it's not even a bad time. I've been thinking about ending our friendship for a while now. We're too different, the two of us. I can't continue lowering myself to his level. I clear my throat. Stop it. Matt seems taken aback. Stop it, Matt. This is Poshlost. You're humiliating me. I pick up a magazine from the table and begin browsing through it. I don't know how to pronounce that Poshlost word, by the way. Come on, William. I tell you stuff all the time. Poshlost, Matt. Poshlost. What is that word? Matt asks. Poshlost. Oh. It's Russian, Matt. Not translatable. I'm pretending to read the magazine. But what does it mean then? Matt continues, finally distracted from his stupid inquisition. There's really no equivalent in English. You have to know Russian to understand. But I can tell you one thing, Matt. Your drivel is the textbook example of Poshlost. 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 I don't know how to say it. You're being a pedantic bastard right now, translating it for me. You're being a pedantic bastard right now. Translate it for me or shut up. You're shit in the translation, Matt. You are Poshlost. Essential Poshlost. That's enough of the translation for now. What? Shut up. I interrupt him while looking at my watch. But I must leave. I have an appointment in 15 minutes. I stand up and fold the magazine under my arm dramatically. We're drinking tonight, aren't we? I call back. See you then. You have an appointment? Matt asks incredulously. I leave the cafe in a hurried scuffle. That magazine isn't even yours! I can hear Matt's calling after me. As I've been living above my means for a while now, I decide to eat at the cafeteria tonight. I cross the central square in a northward direction, and after following the end of the busy shopping street, I arrive at the junction that connects the inner ring to the road that leads to the harbor. Over the motorways hangs a narrow footbridge. Its steel latticework painted dark brown by rust and exhausted fumes. As I mount the staircase, I can hear the structure moaning under my weight. Large traffic lights sprout from the bridge, like giant unripe fruit. I can see their bulbs and fuses, and the thick wiring that keeps them all together. In unison they ripen, from green to orange to red, directing the flow of the herds that ride beneath. And the thick catenary wires of the trolley buses hang suspended just below me, so close that I can almost touch them. I wonder if that would kill me. Those who've tried can't tell the tale, I guess. I pull a coin from my pocket and throw it onto the wires. It makes contact briefly, but nothing happens. No connection to the earth. Suddenly, I sense something large moving in my direction. It's a man, late 50s, mildly obese, approaching me from the opposite end of the bridge. He's stepping forth, mindlessly looking down as if he's lost in his thoughts. The bridge is too narrow, there's not enough room for the two of us to pass, not with his build. The thought comes up in me to just turn back and let him cross. But lately I've come to the decision that I don't really want to be that kind of person anymore. I pull my shoulders back and attempt to look at him dead in the eye. He's closer now. Head still aimed downwards, but then he looks up at me and hesitates. "It's all right," he stammers, barely audible. "You come this way, I'll go back." He's just about to turn around, but for some reason his complete and utter lack of resistance fills me with a strong sense of disgust, which embarrasses me for some reason. "No, it's okay," I reply. And in a split second, gripping the balustrades tightly with my right hand, I push past the man. A scuffle ensues, he grunts loudly, and with a big ol' heave we break loose. And passing, our faces are pushed close together. And I'm sure that during that split instant I could detect the look of the most pure, unspoken horror in his eyes. "I'm terribly sorry," I call back at him as I continues down the other end of the bridge. But he's just staring at me with that stupefied expression. Let him gawk like that. That way he might feel like a little less pathetic about himself. I started breathing louder from the effort, and as I walk down the stairs, the putrefied air of the inner ring hits my respiratory system in full force. After violently rinsing my mouth with old gold, I hold my breath for the next 4 blocks, until I'm back safely in the university quarter. As I'm waiting in line for a plate of honest food, my gaze drifts over the cafeteria. There are a few old guys sitting around who always eat here. We call them the elders of the dining hall. They probably don't have wives, or wives don't have husbands, or their wives don't have husbands. What? But in the end, they're likely the only reason this place is even open on a Saturday. There's a nice specimen sitting at the front of the hall wearing a tattered scarf and gray trousers with lots of pockets. I take the seat next to him. He's eating one of those puff pastry pies. A bad choice, as it's a cold, greasy mess that's to be avoided at all cost, unless they're serving chicken instead of fish. The chicken's always dry here. And I'm just sitting there, porking around in a slice of salmon on my plate. It feels tender, and the potatoes seem fine as well, but the vegetables will have to go. The man is eating like a pig. It's obvious that he's having trouble cutting manageable pieces from his pie. Some vegetables roll off his plate and onto the floor, and he's just staring after them with a puzzled look on his face. Probably sad that he's got less to eat now. After having some of my fish, I turn to him. "So, are you coming here often?" He stares up at me with the same confused expression on his face as when his vegetables fell on the ground. After chewing down the food in his mouth, he answers me over articulating all of his syllables. "Well, that's nice of you to ask." His vocal cords are squealing. I can barely contain my laughter. He continues eating silently for a while, as if he's forgotten my question altogether. But then after a minute or two, he turns to face me again. Well, as a matter of fact, I come here regularly. The food's excellent. Absolutely excellent. He's still squealing a dry hoarse sound as if a piece of pastry has lodged itself in his windpipe. There's a group of students sitting around the tables, talking among one another. I'm pretty sure they're all freshmen, as joining up to eat at the cafeteria is really something that only freshmen would do. They're really enjoying it too, the food. Just look at them. I have some of my potatoes, eat the fish, and push the rest of the plate aside. The man's looking on with a startled expression on his face. Are you not eating that? He squeaks. But I ignore him and focus on the freshman. It's no longer what I thought it would be. Learning a few theories, discussing lectures. It had magic about it at first. As if you were standing before an insurmountable summit. But it wears off quickly, the rush, the excitement. Sometimes it's no fun when you think things over too much. Maybe it's better to be a freshman with an empty mind. To eat the disgusting puff pastry pies, just like everyone else, without carrying a higher consciousness around with you. Because it's not that great in the end. Sitting in a musty cafe, regurgitating old anecdotes in order to sound clever. And suddenly it's like something in the dining hall is out of place. I look to my sides where the man has continued eating. Why is he so old? Why isn't he a freshman? The faint taste of fish still lingers on my palate, but not even a trace of salt remains. My eyes are welling up with tears. I feel an urge to rinse my mouth again. As if a pool of stagnant water lies deep within my esophagus. I can't bear it any longer. I grab my phone and call Lars. It's Lars. His voice sounds confused, as if he doesn't even know who's calling. Lars, it's William. Wilhelm! Wollen Sie nicht gesprochen Deutsch? I don't know how to say that. Yeah, fine, I reply. Say I'm operating under the assumption that there will be the opportunity to consume some alcoholic beverages tonight. I'm trying to sound funny, but my voice is breaking and the words come out awkwardly. Hey, just like me. Sure we will. See you tonight, Lars replies. I thank him and hang up the phone. Are you going to be eating that? It's the old man again. He's pointing at the remnants of my meal. But I have to take him seriously. He's essentially just a frosh, like all the others. We all live by grace of the fact that we aren't dead. If we were immortal, would we still be alive? I say it out loud, without turning around. Beside me, the man has started sputtering. But first, you must eat something, I tell him, sliding my plate in his direction. I don't want it, he murmurs. It's just a shame to waste food like that. His voice is no longer making that shrieking noise. The piece of pastry must have dislodged itself. It's a hopeless endeavor sometimes, but maybe he'll come to his senses one day. I'm just about ready to leave. He's a frosh, for God's sake. We're all frosh. I don't know what that means. Frosh. I follow the zebra crossing and enter the Humboldt housing district that connects the city center to the harbor. The streets here radiate meaninglessness as if they're burdened by the realization that they only serve to keep two city subdivisions connected. People passing through here always have something higher on their minds. Either the harbor or the city center. It's a depressing place usually, but I still have that strange buzz from the cafeteria over me. It's driving me forward, upping my pace, filling my clothes with pleasant warm air. Until I don't even feel the weight of my bag anymore. It's light, as though my sleeves are pulling me forward. Meanwhile, the street lights have begun warming up slowly. Pink torches in a sea of green. As my tempo increases, they come together in brightly colored lines, and whenever I pass a side road, they draw out elongated trapezoid shapes that extend far into the distance. Morning, Shad. The whole ambiance brings me into a mood supreme. I'm yearning for that night. The city is surmountable to me with its friendly colors, a kindly green with pretty pink lines. And the moment is there. A motley beasts around me. Something great's about to unfold. Motley? I think it's motley. I pull out my bottle, in plain sight of the road. The liquid's spinning in a dark brown vortex, and I can make out small particles of something or other floating around. I lift the bottle to my nose and let the vapors drift forth. 40% is volatile. It grows wings and flies away the second if it gets a chance. A glass bauble with a content rarer than air. Light. Flammable. Clean. Oh my, holy shit. Thank you, Savik, for the raid. Oh my god. Fucking... Nearly there to having a fucking heart attack. Hi, Seth. Fucking hell. How's it going, Sethy boy? Hello everyone who showed up with the raid. I'm doing alright. I'm reading a kind of serious, what's it called? Let me just get the name for it. Visual novel? Yeah. This is the Raintime. It's free on Steam right now, and the description for it is delve into a troubled student's mind as his grip on reality unravels. We're on chapter 2. I'm on chapter 2 right now. Had to bum about with the plugins. Had a lovely 3v3 match. I'm pretty decent. Had some hiccups, but it's getting there. Oh. Well then, I'm out, man. Good luck. Have fun with the... Bye bye, Dark. Bye. Light, flammable, clean. Ascend. I drink and wait anxiously for the moment I take flight. The seconds pass. Nothing's happening. A gray station wagon passes by and envelops me in a cloud of smog. It's too warm, too earthy, after all. The powerful gases have long since escaped, drifted off to the angels. Only a foul sludge remains. As I swing open the door of the otter, I realize it's still too early. No one's here yet. I take a seat at the bar and order a beer. Everything feels so strange today. Nobody ever talks to the elders of the dining hall. What did I say about immortality and death? In the first sip I take, there's a distinct note of malt that seems too intense for the weak beer they serve at this place. The brew has a color of the deepest... Okay. I don't know how to pronounce that. Outside, the lanterns are now burning white. Even when I close my eyes, I have trouble recalling the pink glow that they had just a minute ago. I pick up my glass and move to one of the couches in the back of the pub. The feeling is subsiding rapidly, and to comfort myself, I softly scratch my nails through the velvet upholstery. Ochre? I said it right? Wow! Hell yeah. The rough cloth gives way easily. When I press my thumbs into it, I need to rub it a bit to give it back its shape. It's lost its elasticity. Alright, Sathy boy. What does ochre mean, loyal? Since you know so much about it. I see Lars coming in and stop rubbing the sofa immediately. He orders a beer with his forehead looking exceptionally high in the yellow lamplight. It is a color? Oh. Yellowish brown. Oh. How are you? His voice rises slightly at the last syllable. Hey, you got it right. I'm fine, Lars, or I don't know, strange things have been happening. I'll just be a minute. He picks up his beer from the bar and says something to the bartender. Have you seen Bernard yet? I ask. Lars crouches down beside me and nods distantly. Dr. Rank can look after himself, don't you think? But you said something about weird things happening, he adds. What kind of troubles have you been getting yourself into this time? I'm silent. Google says ochre or ochre. Oh, I don't know what or is. Is a. Oh, I see. It's spelled different. Weird. Is a natural clay earth pigment that is a mixture of ferricols or melts clear sand. Raisin color from that. Weird. But cool. Now we know more about ochre. I'm silent. Occasionally it occurs that a series of at first sight unusual events follow each other in rapid succession. Now whenever something like this happens, it can seem almost certain that something strange or supernatural is going on. But of course that's a ridiculous notion. In the end, it's just a matter of chance. In fact, it would be a lot stranger to lead a life in which unusual things never occurred at all. Lars is staring at me. Do you feel like the colors are different today, I ask. There could be a fog. He sounds dismissive, but his reply still reassures me that I'm not the only one to have seen something. Bernard enters the pub and comes over. You know, I continue, sometimes I feel like there's a tension hanging over the island. As if the sea had plans which were ruined by its reclamation. You know what I mean? Well, that's interesting, Bernard breaks in. David Kluwer is conducting research into the formation of the polder. There was a lecture today. Kluwer is a charlatan, Lars interjects. I crawl back into the dingy cushions and leave them be. I'm picking at the sofa and looking around. Bernard is at the bar talking to Evelyn and a girl named Molly. It's difficult to figure out why they even take him seriously. He's got no more to say than what he's heard from his professors today or what he saw on the news. It's facts, just trivial knowledge. He isn't smart or witty or a genius. He's just got too much free time on his hands, that's all. Any obsessive neurotic can line his facts out straight, like him. But to have a certain feeling, a superior insight into matters, that takes a whole different approach. And I'm sure Bernard's going to do fine with the ladies in a year or so. A bohemian appearance, but a mentality of servitude volontaire. That really ups your chances among the higher class whores. See that broad jawline and those droopy eyes? Too stupid to be fired and too cowardly to cheat. Don't change anything. They'll fall for it. Like flies. Everything always comes back to flies. Strange noises behind us. I turn around to see an old man rushing into the tunnel. He has a strange limp that causes him to let out a soft, low groan every time he lifts up his right foot. He's gaining on us, albeit quite slowly. We ignore him for a while, but the closer he approaches, the louder his grunts and shouts become. After a minute or so, he overtakes us, and I can see that his mouth is stretching open wide in an unnatural grimace, as if it's been frightened by something. A thin thread of saliva runs down his lower lip. But what strikes me most of all in all, he seems to have a well-kept appearance that doesn't match the bewildered expression on his face. He's wearing a nice shirt, and even though there's some drool on his dark brown beard, you can see that it's been groomed carefully. It looks quite healthy for someone who's limping and groaning like that. We exit the tunnel and the man disappears around the corner. Did you see him go? Lars mutters. Seemed to be in quite a hurry. Must be a tard hour at the pavilion tonight, Bernard chuckles. Yeah, they should lock those types up somewhere, Lars continues. They can cause a lot of damage when they're out on the loose like that. There's something serious in his voice, as though he totally means what he's saying. He seems scared, I comment. Maybe something's come out of the lake. Boy, you're drunk. Another club, really? At the outskirts of town, there's where no one's bothered by Sorry. At the outskirts of town, where no one's bothered by the noise, you have to leave the road and follow a narrow concrete pavement to reach the Golden Pavilion. It's not much of a pavilion, though. A lone lamp post illuminates the queue. The queue of about 8 people. The ground's vibrating. Shouldn't have a problem getting in tonight, Matt says as we join the queue. I was refused entry once because there weren't enough girls waiting in line. I'd refuse you the entry anytime, Bernard sneers. Shut the fuck up, Bernard. I comfort myself with the thought that once I'm inside, I won't have to listen to them anymore. Everything will dissolve into a sweat and sound. Yuck. Gross. The security guard is beckoning us forward to and the doors open. A deluge of of noise blares out over the fields. Deluge? Loyal, how do you pronounce deluge? Music and humans everywhere. We squeeze our way through the crowd until we find a spot with a trace amount of elbow space somewhere near the back of the room. I could see Matt trying to dance around a bit, but he gives up quickly to my relief. Bernard's pushing us to go on further. We comply, and for a while it only ends up getting busier, until we finally reach a decent place to the right of the stage. Lars is shouting something in my ear, laughing. I nod and no idea what he's trying to convey. I'm sick and out of place. Matt disappears to get beer. 2 rounds and half an hour later, it's filling up around us. I'm going to the bathroom, I shout, but the boys don't hear me. I push through the thicket of arms, shirts, and caps. The foul bodies, the heavy feeling in my stomach, Matt's lameness, they all accumulate into a persistent sense of nausea that I'm itching to get rid of. There's an attendant sitting at the toilets, but I've decided for myself that his entire raison d'etre... Oh, I don't know how to fucking say that. I can't suck it. I can't even try. I should stop. Is baseline in a place like this, so I continue without paying. It's 80 cents, I can hear him shout. I'm trying to throw up in one of the cubicles. I gag a few times, but it's in vain. I'm not nearly sick enough. What goes in doesn't always come out. Sometimes part of it stays behind. Somewhere. Ew. Oh, fuck, that's what? That hurt my eyes. In an attempt to avoid my friends, I pass along the edge of the dance floor and climb up onto the stage, which is filled with people and disco lights. Spasmodically, the lamps spring back and forth, casting their beams through blades of colored paper, but slowly pass by in front of them. Every now and then, there's something lights. What are you talking about? Shut up. Every now and then, something lights up amongst the crowd. In green, the back of a girl. In purple, a sweaty face. Ew, yuck. The lights move in a completely different rhythm than the people, their beams jumping with a frantic engineered complexity, while the crowd's just drowsingly drifting along the boat, close to giving up. Then suddenly, in the middle of the dance floor, a strand of golden hair. Look, I didn't choose to go to the club, okay? It's just a glimpse for a fraction of a second. A frozen frame. Until the spotlight jerks away and the room turns back into a tangle of dancing flesh. Yuck. I try to peer into the crowd to catch an expression of the girl, but she vanished from sight completely. Did she have pale cheeks? Doll's eyes? There was something peculiar about that lock of hair. It was as fine as spun silk without a drop of sweat in it. And then, I see it again. Same hair, two black eyes. There's something hiding beneath those pale curls. I keep peering until I have a better view of her. She's dancing exuberantly as if she's trying to rid herself of something. And in a split second, it's as if I can see the course of her entire life unfolding in front of me. She'll meet a guy, not tonight, but in the coming 5 years. She'll take him to meet her parents, they'll marry, have kids, 2 or 3, maybe divorce. And suddenly, one night, when she's 65, she'll realize that she's thrown her life away. That she's lost her youth and that she'll never achieve anything of real lasting significance. I want to take her in my arms, to comfort her, to tell her she's actually worth something. I jump down from the stage. I push through the crowd hastily, no longer caring about the sweat. I'm not the slightest bit nauseous anymore. Ow! Someone shouts out behind me. I turn around to see the guy, short, gelled-up hair, looking at me angrily. He's calling me something incomprehensible. I laugh at him. He tries to take a swing at me, but I'm too far away already. Oh no. It's no use fighting in an overcrowded nightclub, and the girl with the golden hair is nowhere to be found. I'm less confident now, becoming frantic. I look back at the stage. This is where she was when I saw her. I shouldn't have wavered. I push through another row of dancing silhouettes and end up in the middle of a circle of friends. But none of the women here is blonde. A short, thick girl is staring me down suspiciously. She's one of those wide-eyed heifers who must have eaten too much beef. Holy fucking god! I feel an arm on my shoulder and a guy built 7 feet tall lifts me out of the circle in a patronizing manner. I'll allow it. The farmer's upset. I've been staring at his cattle for too long. So where did you come from? Matt suddenly screams into my ear. Nothing. Took a piss. Have you seen a blonde girl around here? Dark eyes? Matt looks at me with a stupid expression on his face. A girl? Is that a good idea right now, William? You're pretty drunk. I pull away and dive back into the crowd. Matt's a lost cause, just like Bernard. I have nothing really to expect from them. In the end, it's all just one big disappointment. I squeeze myself to the other side of the room and climb on stage once more. But she's nowhere to be found. She's nowhere to be found, and she was so beautiful. Like a pleasant day in spring, far, far away from here. Oh. Ooh. I'm standing outside, rapidly breathing in the midnight air. I swagger forward a bit, stumble, grasp onto the lone lamppost in an attempt to right myself, but I fall down into the grass with the light shining down on me. My ears are throbbing. The dampened music from the club resounds across the fields, and I can hear a few voices coming from the queue. They sound friendly. Nobody's drunk yet. Me neither. Just tired. And as I'm lying there on my side, brushing my fingers through the long grass, the soft blades offer a fragile resistance, and I spend a moment stroking them until I encounter something delicate, growing in the field. I move my head out of the light, and discern a small purple flower. Ooh, purple flowers! I love purple flowers! A flower, awake in a place like this. I bend over to take a closer look, so far that my face is pressed into the grass. Everything is motionless, and I can see it sharply now. The small blossom, in all its glory. It's beautiful, with its petals stretched out in full bloom. I can see every intricate detail, its tiny over-end pistils. They have a soft pink glow over them. A flower that blooms in the deepest of night. It should be asleep by now, but its petals haven't folded. I must be going mad. Why is it blossoming right now? There's no insects around to pollinate it. Does the streetlight shine brighter than the winter sun? And I stay there and think to myself these thoughts, and they're so overpowering that I move to the brink of tears. Oh, why? How the fuck is 8 people watching this? I don't know. I want to wait here until the blonde-haired girl comes out. The midnight flower would make a beautiful gift for her, although I wouldn't pick it, but just show it to her as it is. She'd probably like it better that way. Oh. Suddenly I recall that I've left my bag inside the club. Oh, no. It doesn't really matter. I'll pick it up next week. As long as I get those library books back. After a while, shrill voices come down to haunt me. They're trying to push me out, swelling steadily, laughing and screaming. I look up to see where the sound's coming from, but I'm blinded by the light of the street lamp. I let them chase me away and walk into a nearby field. The terrain is coarse here, as though it hasn't been worked for a long time. When I look back at the pavilion, there's no one near the lamppost. And as I walk further into the field, the light decays. But there's still a noise inside my head that's only growing stronger. I don't know where I'll sleep tonight. There's no easy way home. The night bus doesn't come by here. I can't hear the music anymore. The club's too far back and the humming in my head is drowning out. A small fence bumps into me in the dark, and I climb over it into the next field. And then, after I've walked for a while, the club, far behind me, I'm struck by the creeping sensation that something colossal is nearby. I pause to look around, and then I see it, not far from me, maybe 10 feet to my left. There's a spot of pitch darkness not even illuminated by the faint moonlight. I stare at it, but my vision's blurry. The black spot seems to reach upward, and the noise is louder than ever now. Oh shit. Then it dawns on me. Whoa. I'm standing at the foot of a giant turbine. Woo. Standing solitary in the dead of night, with a base so black that I can only make out a vague silhouette. I feel the heavy colossus towering over me, but I don't even dare to look up at it, for fear of debilitating sense of insignificance that would instill in me. I sink to my knees. It's a massive pillar, must have a diameter of at least 10 feet. I try to raise my head a little, but the mental image of the immeasurable machine hanging over me pushes me downward with an inhuman force. The noise hits me again. It's almost deafening now, and I realize that it's not coming from inside my head at all. There's only one thing that can cause that incessant tone, that maddening hum that vibrates like a sail in the wind. It's the rotor blades, hanging there above me. They're still in motion, rushing through the night sky at tremendous speeds. The ground shakes. I lose my balance, as if I'm suddenly aware of the world turning below me. And though it takes the greatest of efforts, I manage to crawl away from that wretched spot. Slowly at first, then faster and faster. Ooh. Ooh. They have little solar panel parking lots. So fancy. I want to build a great art collection when I'm older, Evelyn smiles. And then I'll leave it to the Metropolitan when I die. That'd be the best way to become immortal. So you've given up on doing paintings yourself? I ask. The thick cotton jacket she's wearing emphasizes her stocky build. We're alone in the harbor, even though it's close to the new year. There's still quite a few yachts lying in the water covered with plastic tarps. Yeah, I can't really paint anyway. She's taken the easy way out already. A girl like that in the prime of her life. But it's cool, they'll name a wing in my honor. Or maybe I'll get an exhibition. She laughs shyly, almost as if she's ashamed of her ambitions. Misplaced shame, as there's nothing more mundane than buying up a pile of old pictures and hanging them on a wall. That doesn't prove anything to the world. I try my best to banish out the thoughts. It's nice that she wanted to meet up with me. So what did you want to do, William, after you're done? I don't really know if I'll ever be done. Man, I don't know. I can't imagine. What do you mean? She asks. I'll probably end up homeless somewhere. I usually ended up thinking that I might end up homeless as well. I still think I might. Worried that I might. I don't know. She's silent. I mean, sorry, maybe get a job as an editor at Eumenides, or I'd like to write history books. I wish I hadn't said history books, it sounds boring. That's great, William. So have you done anything yet? She adds. What? Written anything? Not really, but I do get a lot of books from the library for research. You should see my overdue fees. So being an author would be pretty great, I continue. But don't worry, it won't happen anyway. She sighs loudly. William, don't be so hard on yourself. I'm sure you'll make it if you wanted to. She's trying to be amiable, but I can detect a shiver in her voice. So why did you want to meet up, I ask. Her lips pursed together in childish severity. We're worried about you, William. We? Who are we? I'm trying to have a bit of fun with her, but I can't make out from her reaction that I'm starting to sound a little bitter. She corrects herself quickly. I'm worried. You've been so absent lately, like you're living in another world. You're not the way you used to be. It can't be that bad, I reply. Maybe I've just changed. Through studying and stuff, I add. You reach certain insights, you know? Evelyn's used to people having some kind of unchanging identity, where everyone always behaves according to their assigned character. Poor soul. I'll try to shake her up a bit. Look, Evelyn, do you ever feel like your vision's becoming clearer? That you're starting to see where the lines connect? I mean, how everything fits together. That it all makes sense. Do you ever feel that way? Well, I don't know, she replies. I'm not that much of a model student. I mean, I get decent grades, she adds. You know, but it's not like that suddenly makes everything clearer, if that's what you mean. Then she smiles. But you're not that great of a student either, are you, William? I heard that you've been skipping a lot of lectures lately. I'm not getting through to her. If she's coming up with this kind of nonsense, it's not even worth trying. That's got absolutely nothing to do with it, I snap. What am I winding myself up for? She's like a child, unfit for intellectual discourse. Evelyn looks like she's about to defend herself, but I cut her off. Don't worry about me. You and the others. What's the worst thing that can happen? We're students, after all. We have all the time in the world. She interrupts me. Is this about what happened with Jasmine? I'm trying frantically to regain control over my thoughts, to shut myself off from all the filth that she's stuffing into my mind. William, what happened with Jasmine? Don't worry too much about the whole situation. She doesn't really care anymore. And you know, you don't have to be that kind of guy if you don't want to. But try to be a bit nicer at least. At first, you were always so nice, William. Her kind words are so sticky, as if they're weighing me down. The look in her eyes, her tone, the baby fat. It all blends together into something unbearably human. Sound alert? Oh. I turn towards the lake to breathe in some fresh air, but what enters my nostrils can't distract my senses. The water smells as sweet and rancid as the whining girl behind me. Poison flows day after day into the tideless sea. I mean, at Spencer's party the other week, you were behaving like an animal. We had no idea what had come over you. Well, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. On the sound alerts extension? Sound alerts extension? Why did you do that? I didn't even think that was even there. I don't see that in the thing. What is the thing? This is not. No, Doc 8! It didn't even show that you spent any bits. It didn't show anything at all. I swear, I'm pretty sure I don't have that thing actually activated or anything. Yeah, I don't think you actually... Did you actually spend Elbitos? Is there a way to refund bits? I don't know. A wolf for the cowardly foxes, maybe. I need some time to myself, I say, without turning around. I don't want to talk anymore. Are you coming to Matt's New Year's party? You're still invited, but keep yourself in check this time. Thanks, I'll come if I feel like it. She seems hesitant to leave, then she grabs my arm for a second. See you there. It's still nice that she wanted to speak with me. As she walks away, I stare after her, mesmerized by the rolls of fat that bulge out from under her jacket. What? I swear, I didn't see anything that showed that you spent any bits. Is there a way for me to refund that or something? Because I don't know how to... DNS? What's that? A screenshot. What? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't actually set that up completely. I don't think that's actually active. I don't see anything for you actually spending bits anywhere. Sound alerts, what is this? Let's see. I'll deal with this later. Continue the story. I want to get to chapter 3 before finishing up the stream. I don't know how long that's going to be. For the fishermen, the damming of the inland sea brought about great changes. The precarious ecosystem of brackish waters went into decline, and gradually all the herring and haddock disappeared from the lake. Some fishermen rigged their ships to make the journey through the great floodgates out onto the ocean. Before the others, a time of dire poverty commenced, and as the lake filled with sweet water, the sea gradually poured from their veins. Many gave up. They took on manual labor jobs on the mainland, or settled on the reclaimed land where the acres were still plenty. But the fishing towns they left behind fell into disrepair. 3 of the villages were rendered completely landlocked, incorporated by the polder. It was a surreal sight. A fishing town with harbor and all, in the middle of sprawling farmland. The village of Warrington, which was most beautiful of the 3, was made into an open-air museum. The other 2 villages dwindled quickly, and when the last graybeards died in the mid-60s, the government decided to close them down. A few of the most beautiful houses were demolished, brick by brick, and transferred to the museum village. A bunch of developers bought up the wooden buildings that made up the iconic waterfront of Horner Dam, and moved them, bit by bit, to the harbor of Bremersburg, where they were sold as rustic studios. The illusion works from up close, the wooden houses gracing the harbor with a historic veneer. But from afar, the painted beams clash with the immense high rise that loom out from behind them. Even with the sun shining low and the lake beating aggressively against the concrete embankment, there remains something instinctively macabre about the houses. Without the salty air, the clamor of fishwives, the sight of returning boats, they're no more than dried corpses blowing in the wind. Ooh, pretty. East of the harbor, there's a patch of makeshift dunes that stretches almost all the way to Abbotsford. In order to give it back to nature, the city council has decided to let the grass grow freely here, and no longer clear away the fallen trees. There's something about girls like Evelyn that robs them of their youth. They're kids at first, then monsters, but never in between. Like they've completely skipped that unique period of restless turmoil that follows childhood and ends only after reason has completely enslaved the human mind. But it's precisely this transition that drives mankind to its greatest heights. When you set off to walk the stars and send your mind towards the outer limits of consciousness. It's usually women that lack it. Oh. They become so responsible, so mature, so soon, but it's always a frightened maturity, as though they're trying to distract themselves. It must be their weak physique, their soft flesh, that instills them with a fear of the surreal. The path climbs, and when I'm halfway up the dune, I see two hikers coming in my direction. They're the first people I've encountered here. Bremersburg is mostly sheltering at home now the rain is forecast. It's a couple, somewhere in their 50s. Very concentrated on their descent. I'm wondering if I should say hello to them. They pass. The man, gray goatee, shorts, sweaty legs, winks at me. Ew. I look over my shoulder. They seem to be having trouble with the last part of the dune. But when they've cleared the dune, they suddenly accelerate. It's crazy to see them take off so quickly. I've lost my train of thought. It's always a shame when you bump into other people on a walk. What's the point of having nature if you can't even be alone in it? But then, actually, this isn't nature. It's the city. In the same sense that the village is the city, and the fields around it. If you're free to determine everything, it no longer matters where you go. Perhaps the highway is the only real nature left on this island. It's dangerous. People die there all the time. No one dares cross it on foot. It's like a river filled with poisonous fish, an unabridgeable gap in the landscape. The vein of a beast that has grown superhuman. The dirt road that I'm following bends off towards the coast, and then runs along the embankment for a while. I'm looking over the lake and the sky. The lake smells dark. The lake smells. Dark clouds are slowly drifting inland. It's starting to rain, exactly as predicted. In the distance, I can faintly discern the white glow of a wind farm. 200 turbines have been built on the water, in a perfect grid pattern. On clear days, they stand stately against the blue sky, and the precision in which their blades turn around is mesmerizing to behold. And I think back to the windmill I encountered 2 weeks ago. During that dreadful night, the taste of which still lingers in my mouth sometimes. What had I been so afraid of? The immense shape of the machine? The icy ringing of those magnificent blades which appeared to cut a groove through the night? There's something odd about those things. Their snow-white hue and faceless features. They seem all too alien in their appearance. Mankind won't get away with erecting idols like that. It's growing darker. Circles are appearing in the water, and even with great effort, It's difficult to distinguish the turbines in the distance. The fresh scent of leaves blow towards me, and mixes with the fragrance that comes from the lake. The sickening air of decomposing fish. This was meant to be the sea. This was meant to be sea. It's supposed to smell of brine out here. Drizzling rain, but there's rhythm as it falls. And as I pass apartment building after apartment building, the individual drops begin to grow in size. They're falling slower now, tapping down on me almost one by one. Suddenly, I grow aware of every drop of water that hits me. On my sleeve, on my neck, my shoes, my face. A droplet falls onto my upper lip, and I stick out my tongue to catch it. The rainwater and saliva from a mixture that slowly seeps into my throat. A clear taste fills my mouth. And there's something going on with the apartment complex that I'm passing by. The building itself is simple in design. A white block with colored panels below the windows. The central staircases are visible behind a wall of frosted glass, but because the lights are out, they're shrouded in deep darkness. Around the base of the building, a structure had been built. A wide rectangular annex of light brown stone. It's simple people that live here, with lots of things to store. They aren't people that you talk to. All they do is have children. Ew. And then they die. Gross. I shudder and try to cling frantically to a thought I have stored somewhere. It's a lonely thought that has been emerging quite often recently. Something that distinguishes me from the kind of people that live in these apartments. And it's after I have looked at the building a little longer that I see that the proportions aren't quite right. The broad-based structure emphasizes the height of the tower, giving it a strangely monolithic luster. It makes the concrete appear much more massive than it actually is, as if it continues on deep into the core of the complex. And the windows and the stairwells look like they're just painted on, as camouflage. And I realize then that terrible things must happen behind those windows. Things that shouldn't see the light of day. That make the greatest crimes pale in comparison. Things that should be entirely reversed. "Table for one," I call out as I pass through the door. The waiter, tall in a scarlet vest, is sitting at the bar. His massive forehead is adorned with dark brown curls that add a boyish charm to his immense stature. "Just pick a table," he replies with a sob in his voice. He doesn't even get up from his stool. It doesn't smell like food in here at all, there's just a strange metallic odor. I see I'm one of the first guests of the evening. That's why the waiter is so lazy. I pick a table from where I don't have a view of him. The furniture here is black and angular. The walls are illuminated in a colorful gradient. There's a 50s revival napkin holder on my table, and a small salt shaker. I pick up the shaker. It's a little glass cylinder closed off at the top with a metal sprinkler cap. I weigh it in my hand for a bit. It fits snugly in my palm, feeling slightly heavier than it looks. Ah, fuck. Hit it. Stop doing that. Sorry. Footsteps beside me. Quickly, I put the shaker back in place. "The menu. Can I get you something to drink?" And while the waiter's standing there waiting for a reply, I eye his impressive uniform. He's a giant. looking down on my table with tremendous heights. His jacket and vest appear almost whimsical on his gargantuan physique. He's starting to glare impatiently. I'll have a glass of the Red House wine, I decide quickly. Fine. He leaves for the bar and returns 2 minutes later with my order. Well, that's a little rude. I'm just going to reply with, fine. Ugh. Terrible waiter. It's a small glass. Ridiculously small, even in his hands. He fills it to the brim. I'm browsing through the pizza menu. It's the same Italian words chalked up in a modern typeface that return, time after time in varying formulas. My pocket vibrates. Abruptly, I slam down the menu and pull out my phone. But the screen's black. It's lying motionless in my hand. Must be my imagination playing games with me. It's strange how something like a phone can become an extension of your nervous system. I look around to see if anyone has noticed my screw-up, but it's still quiet in the restaurant. And as I read further through the menu, I can feel my appetite decaying. Napolitania. I think of the leg and become nauseous again. Quickly, I divert my attention towards the little jar of salt. It's standing there so clinically on the black table, filled to the top, lid wiped clean. As if the waiter removes the shaker after each guest to replace it with a new one. How many of these things does he keep back there? I grab the jar to study it again. It's coarsely built, but it looks brand new. A vertical seam runs over the glassware from top to bottom, where the two halves have been sliced together. Spliced. I slide my finger all the way along the seam, and then underneath I feel something rough. Maybe a brand name or a batch number? I press my finger firmly over the sprinkler holes so that I can safely turn the jar around. And there on the bottom, I see a splash of dried tomato sauce, the size of a freckle. Ew, gross. It's a minuscule dot, almost lost in the shimmer of translucent glass. I turn over the shaker again and hold it above me, so that I can take a closer look. The dark red speck contrasts clearly against the white salt now. Suddenly, the jar is no longer the soulless mass object that I thought it was. It has become human in my hands. Everything as desired, I hear. Something wrong with the salt, perhaps. I startle, then I turn around and smile. No, nothing. Everything's okay. You can order now. I open up my menu and start browsing through it quickly. Haven't you made a decision yet? The waiter asks. No, it's fine. The Napolitania, please. I answered thoughtlessly. I changed my mind immediately. Wait. What? Never mind. Never mind what? The waiter sighs as he heads towards the kitchen. As soon as he's gone, I turn over the salt shaker again and throw myself upon the stain. Grains rolling over the tabletop. Oh, you fool. Slowly, the restaurant fills up. A small company of friends takes the table next to me. 2 men and a young woman. Reflexively, I put the jar back in place. The men are in their late 30s, rough looks. The larger of the two is sitting beside the girl. He's talking loudly. She's laughing, a look of anticipation in her eyes. They order a bottle of Chablis? I don't know how to fucking say that one. I've never heard of that. Chablis? Chablis? The most expensive wine on the menu, at $32.50. The men argue over who is allowed to sample, and the big one wins. With a disgusted look on his face, he sloshes a sip of wine through his mouth. God damn, that's revolting, he cries after swallowing. The other guy's in stitches. Just kidding, it's fine, we'll have it. Without realizing, I've begun furiously scratching the inside of my pocket. The smell of food grows stronger. Heat's accumulating inside of me. Can't find its way out. I've stopped caring about the people at the other table, and I pick up the jar of salt again. The refreshing coolness of the glass trinkets filled me with new confidence. And as I'm sitting there, an inexplicable urge arises in me to rise up with a loud cry and hurl the little salt shaker against the wall of the restaurant, just above the table where they're sitting, so that they're showered by salt and broken glass. I can clearly picture the fearful look in their eyes. The girl scared to death, the small guy startled, and the big one with a spastic, stupid grin on his face, and a tingling sense of triumph that starts to bubble through my limbs. I break out in sweat and clench the jar firmly in my fist as it gives me strength. The glass between my fingers has fogged up completely. The food comes. The pizza has a soggy bottom. Ew. I cut off a few pieces from the edge and toy around with the center, stirring it into an orange sludge. Ew, why would you do that? And after some time, the stench rises to my nostrils. I am convinced that I'm poisoning myself. As an excuse to hold the shaker again, I scatter some salt over the orange goo on my plate. My eyes return to the little smudge underneath. I try to wipe it off with my napkin, but only my fingerprints disappear from the glass. I place it back, clean thoroughly of all but its stain, in the exact same spot where it stood first. Only I know of her little secret. Oh, you're so fucking weird, dude. The company next to me is waiting on food. The bottle is already 2/3 empty and the conversation has run dry a few times. The big guy, visually intoxicated, is trying to come up with topics of conversation, but he finds little support from his companions. The girl looks bored. That guy over there has got his already, he comments, pointing at my table, with a voice so loud that the whole restaurant can hear him. Though I haven't turned round yet, I can picture them staring in my direction. Please stop, I whisper out. You're making me feel uncomfortable. The girl lets out an inaudible giggle. You hear that? He feels uncomfortable, the big guy grunts out. His reaction disappoints me. Even now, there's a stupid grin on his face. I clench the shaker tightly in my hand, waiting for the right moment to strike. I stare him down, and when our eyes meet, I detect an ape-like attribute in his expression that scares me a little. They're slick, these people, in ways that makes everything you say come back to you in its lowest form. That girl's laughing at him. She probably wants to be fucked tonight. I grin and raise my glass to her. Oh, Jesus Christ, you're really gonna say that? You want to be fucked tonight, don't you? Jesus Christ! Though I try my best to pay no attention to the reaction at the other table, I can hear their voices grow silent. They're deformed people. They only laugh at their own jokes. An unmistakable schism is beginning to emerge within the human race. When for thousands and thousands of years on end, stupid breeds stupid, and smart breeds smart, it's inevitable that fundamental shifts will eventually take place. I fish a 20 from my wallet and pour it down on the table. On my way to the exit, I can feel the little jar of salt pressing up against my chest in a consoling manner. "3 tickets to Motherbend. Are you going too?" Lars asks, just before the noise of passing fireworks makes all conversation impossible in Matt's spacious penthouse apartment. It's early in the evening. "I'm still wanting to get paid," Evelyn replies. "Really hope it's not sold out by then." Anyways, I think some of Dean's friends will be joining us later. Robert, Spencer, she pauses and casts a shy glance in my direction. Isabel, she continues. Are they coming here tonight? Lars asks. I haven't spoken to Lars for a long time, and I feel uncomfortable standing next to my old friend. Ooh. I don't think so, Matt replies. I kept things small. At midnight, we can go to the city, do some partying, no worries. I know I won't be in the mood to do some partying later on. A firecracker ignites down in the streets, and the room is filled with the noise of machine gun fire. I'm skiing when they play, Molly shouts over the sounds. Too bad, but cool that you're going, Evelyn shouts back. It's France this year, right? The girls move over to the sofa. The bell rings, and 3 minutes later, Bernard comes in with a sweaty face from climbing the stairs. Top of the morning to you, he calls out in a fake southern accent. Matt laughs. Bernard produces a few bottles of liquor from his bag and sets them out in an exaggerated manner. Most are expensive whiskeys, half full. There is also an unopened bottle of Old Gold among them. Gosh darn, what a racket outside, Bernard continues, same accent. Y'all can probably do with a little something against the shock. Told you it was a nice place, Lars commented to me. Eyes sparkling. Daddy's on the board of directors. Spasms of revulsions press down upon my eyes, and I take 2 sips of my beer. The fluid has an unmistakably medicinal aftertaste. I heard about your one-on-one with Evelyn. How are you doing now? Great. It was great. It was great. It was a great talk, thanks. So good. Wow. So I've been busy, I add. Doing what? Lars asks. The beer's strange taste lingers in my mouth, souring my saliva. I want to spit it out, but there's no place to do so gracefully. So I flush it away with a new sip of beer. And the cycle repeats itself. Studying. I want to complete the year after all. Das Jahr mich wirklich, I don't know if I can say that. Wirklich. I don't know how to say that. Sorry. Lars exclaims cheerfully, like he really believes it. Like I even know what it means to believe it. You must have a lot to do then. How many lectures have you missed? All of them, I say absent-mindedly, but I'll be doing fine. Alfrede says I'm a natural. Alfred? A natural? That's what she said? He chuckles. I feel obligated to ask him something about his academic pursuits in return. But I know he's doing fine, and to be honest, I've really stopped caring all that much. Studies are easier to follow than to flunk. Path of least resistance. I take a large swig from my beer and put the rest aside. Do you think we're going anywhere? I ask him. I mean, along the path we've chosen. Lars answers immediately without even asking for clarification. No doubt, William. You always end up somewhere. He leaves for the fridge. I remain for a moment and cast my gaze over the bottles that Bernard brought along. No beer from here anymore, I call to Lars, not really expecting him to return to the conversation anyway. Good idea, William, Matt calls from the other side of the room. A bunch of students have arrived, most of whom I don't even know. Matt's putting on a show, Molly and Evelyn are still talking. Bernard is browsing through a book. I bend over the whiskeys, look around at Bernard, who's giving me the thumbs up, and proceeded to pour myself a large glass from a bottle that has an enticing golden glow over it. With my back to the room, I thirstily drink away all the remnants of the terrible beer. Bernard seems lonely. You've brought a splendid collection, I compliment him. I'm impressed. He looks up from his book. I started working at the bar where they do the tastings. They let me take the remaining bottles home with me. You should see my room. Dream job. Which one did you pick? He asks. The... Habhain? What? Bunahabhain? The Bunahabhain 16? The Glenmorangie 12? Nice tones? I don't know how to say these words. Not too complex. That's a good one for beginners. You should try the... Ah, fuck. Lefroy Quarter Cask. Never tasted something so divine. I'm starting to get annoyed, but decide to sit down next to him. Even if it's just to avoid having to see his pedantic head lining up at me. I know that one, numbnuts. Apples and oranges. So Mr. Alcoholic knows his whiskeys. And to think I'd actually brought the bottle of Old Gold for you. Get Korkosoff. A firebomb explodes just outside the window. Bernard jumps up melodramatically. Fireworks, a pagan tradition. He murmurs while browsing through his book. Costs us billions a year and only causes bodily harm. The masses need to choose for themselves how many fingers they retain, I reply. Matt comes by to announce that the pizzas are here. Hey! Perfect bottom. Hey! Not a shitty pizza this time, hell yeah! The guy I don't know is holding an endless diatribe of sublimity within the music of Mozart. He keeps exciting himself to tears over the most ordinary things in the world. It's embarrassing to listen to. Lars is trying to interject his stupid opinion into the discussion, but he's prattling, also substantiating his naive views with nothing more than an anecdote or two. Naivete. I promise myself I'll get to be alone for a very long time when the new year comes. Aw, yeah, sweet loneliness. As the evening progresses, the intensity of the fireworks slowly recede. I'm browsing through the book that Bernard was reading. It's about Italian architecture, and it's actually far too interesting to be in Matt's collection. But then again, it looks unread. Jasmine. Oh, I know I heard it correctly. I focus on the sound of their voices. Evelyn is talking to the annoying students with Matt and Lars. They're talking about me. I'm trying my best to avert the wave of discomfort that washes over me. I should be far beyond these vulgar feelings of shame by now. And all my worries fall short of the timeless beauty of the facades of the Piazza Navona. Piazza Navona? Never heard that. Probably saying it wrong. There's a lot of words that I say wrong because I never heard of a lot of words because I'm pretty dumb. I don't read. I pull myself together. One of Umberto Botticelli's. Fuck, I hate. Why does there have to be so many words I can't pronounce? One of Umberto Botticelli's villas is worth more than 1 million of these penthouses combined. But I'm disgusted with myself. I'm becoming Bernard. Oh no. They erupt in laughter. I try to shut myself off from the sounds. I'm looking at my friends with the eyes of an outsider. They're so chubby, so ignorant. Sex, beer, and rock and roll, the legacy of their student days. And that, while it's an important time we're living in, an indescribable time. 11:30 to the square, Matt calls out. His proposal is supported reluctantly. I'm first at the door. Hell yeah, can't wait to leave. Clouds of gunpowder shroud the streets of Bremersburg, thickening as we approach the square. In the shopping street, we merge into the constant stream of humans and file onwards at an equal pace with the hundreds that walk before us. It's a rock-fast temple without any leeway. I divert my gaze past the tapestry and washed-out sports jackets and unbuttoned puffer coats to the rancid crust of gel that's sticking to the neck of the guy walking before me. A small group pushes through, in opposite direction, and I see a girl, bleach blonde, and a fat girl, 6 guys, with stubble, beards, eyes aimed forwards. But not everywhere. An old woman's looking on her phone. I stumble, but Lars catches me by the shoulder. Fuck. I'll keep messing everything up. I don't know what I'm gonna do that. The sound of explosions swell in the distance. I see 2 plump women with bare arms, British tourists, green hair, crazy suits, some kids, more gel. There's a lot of people here. A man with short hair, man with short brown hair, 4 young blacks, necktie, 2 men, 2 girls, 1 smiling. One of them was smiling. There's a buzzing of voices all around me, though no one appears to be talking. 10 feet away, a streamer explodes. I look around and see Matt laughing. A fat girl, bald guy, 2 more blacks, girl with black hair, breast trembling. What? They all have the same gloomy expression on their face. Matt looks just as stupid as the rest of them. Bernard, too. Poser. The faces around me, the bearded guy, the black-haired woman, they're all so human, and their ugliness fills me with a sense of dread. I'm one of them, after all, marching in this somber procession, and we hate it here. The bearded man, the young girl, the group of middle-aged women. None of us is having fun. The thunder of fireworks grows into a tempest. I can feel my heartbeat increasing. It's okay, I guess, if no one's having fun. It's something we have in common. The guy with gray hair, the woman, her kids, the man in sports jackets, fat man, fat kid, 6 fat men, teenage girl, a pram. Even in the baby's eyes, there's a dull glimmer of sadness. But he's lucky they let him live. Jesus. Holy fuck. The procession comes to a halt. I hear 2 bottles being popped close by, then another, and then suddenly 8 in a row. There's a huge clock hanging on the stage. The crowd's sliding closer and closer together. Matt's found a passage. Bernard seems to hesitate, and the pressure of the crowd concentrates on the center of my back and increases, and breaks through. My pocket vibrates twice. Shaved next, body odor, another loud bang close by. Nobody looks around anymore. And after some time, the voices grow silent. All faces turn in the same direction. And for a split second, I experience how the whole crowd comes together in anticipation. Involuntarily, an extreme tension takes hold of me. The hairs on the back of my neck rise up, and for the first time in ages, I feel like I'm part of a larger whole. I've been impatient lately. So selfish. Unforgiving. I should give them all another chance. And in unison, the crowd begins to count down. 10, they chant. It takes me by surprise. 9! I'm disoriented. Frenetically, I try to catch. 8! The beat, but I keep missing. 8, I try. 7! They're up ahead. They're ahead of me. There's a secret dynamic. 6! I can't keep up. It resonates past me. 5! And I'm alone again. It's too late now. 4! It slipped from my grasp and makes place. 3! 4. That's it. It's time. Something needs to happen. 2! Now. Something all-devouring. 1! And at 0, everything dissolves into fire and cries of jubilation. Hundreds of corks fly into the air as the crowd breaks apart into shards, and suddenly, as it came together, the vacant faces that I encountered on the way here have distorted. They're grinning now, laughing. I feel a torrent of hands coming down on my shoulders. Lars, Bernard, the annoying Mozart guy. I'm swept away in a dance of joy. The igniting sky embraces me. But I feel like I've finally awoken. Something that has been creeping inside of me for a while now is rearing its head in full glory. It's obvious that I've waited long enough, that I've given them enough warnings. I can no longer base the purpose of my dull existence on empty friendships, pretty girls, or the childish stories that I conjure up to make it all a little more bearable. These things that are happening to me, I haven't been imagining them. They're succeeding each other more and more rapidly. The little hints, the signals, that it's finally time. Because no one else sees them. Not my peers, nor my professors, nor the people around me. I'm the only one capable of understanding it all, the way it really is. I'm the only one who can really do something about it. Only I can change it all. Something's hatching in the land reclaimed. I feel it now. Stronger than ever. A great time is upon us. Holy shit, where was part 3? They never announced it. Alright. I'm going to save right here. But that's going to have to be it. Thank you all so much for watching and for sticking around as long as you did. I hope you all enjoyed that as much as I did. I really like this game. Didn't really expect it to be as what is it called? I can't really find the words, but filled with a bunch of stuff, because like, even though there's very little that is being shown on the screen, it really helps feed my imagination when I'm reading. I just wish that I was able to, you know, not fuck up on a lot of words because I don't know what they are. But let me just see if there's anyone on right now. I don't know. I'm gonna have to fix that other thing for Ducky. Let's see. Oh, Ducky's on. I wonder if we can rate him. Let's see. Loud noises. Holy fucking hell. Jesus fucking Christ. I am so sorry for that. If you're awake, that's my bad. Whoops. Fucking hell. That was an ad. Fucking hell. Why did that have to start off so loudly? Alright, well, I might mess this up, but anyway, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed every video. With that being said, that's the end of the stream, and hopefully I will see you in the next one. Bye! If you want, you can stick around to, for the raid for Ducky. Yeah. Here we go.